trail through the trees to a cliff where Carolina meets the sky. Oh, and there's a view I just can't describe. No, we're not there yet, just a few more steps, baby, wait. Okay, you can open your eyes. This is it, this is now, this is what I've been talking about. Looking out, can't you see forever? Take my hand, just take it in. This is a moment we won't forget. On top of the world, here together. If there ever was a time for a perfect kiss, this is it. Girl, I know that you've been waiting, talking to your friends, wondering if and wondering where and wondering when. Well, I've been waiting too, holding on to this ring, for the right words to say, for the right time and place for me to get on one knee. This is it, this is now, this is what I've been talking about. Looking out, can't you see forever? Taking my hand, just take it in. This is a moment we won't forget. On top of the world, here together. If there ever was a time for a perfect kiss, well, this is it. This is it. Now you're walking down the aisle, and I can't help but smile. This is it, this is now. It's what I've been talking about. Looking out, I can see forever. So take my hand, just take it in. This is the moment we won't forget. On top of the world, here together. Surrounded by our family and our friends. If there ever was a time for a perfect kiss, this is it. Yeah, this is it.
See, I'm exact.
He called her on the road from a lonely cold hotel room just to hear her say I love you one more time. And when he heard the sound of the kids laughing in the background, he had to wipe away a tear from his eye. Little voice came on the phone. He said, Daddy, when you come home, he said the first thing.
Good morning, distinguished ladies, gentlemen, all the wonderful Nigerians I see in the room. You're most welcome to Innovate 2024, and we're more than excited for what the day ahead promises. My name is Ayon Mairo Esse, and it's an honor to serve as your host for today's pitch and grant event. And we'll be starting off meeting registration and just being able to connect with one another. But in the usual fashion of many events that we get to see, we didn't network. Everyone just sat on their seat and waited for the event to start. But I think that's one of the things hopefully we'll be addressing in the course of today's event. And at the end of today, you'd be a master networker, so that once you enter a room, you scan it and you begin to walk to people. That's how business deals are locked. Sometimes it's the business before the business of the day. We'll start off with the anthem, the Nigerian anthem. And I'd like to please ask everyone to please rise on their feet as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Just before you take your seat, just 1 second. I'll have to crave your indulgence. You know, the great thing about being host is that you have the power in your hands, literally. And so for a few minutes, I have the authority to do certain things. And so when we're singing the national anthem, it seemed as if we're singing a song of mourning. And, you know, when you see people who are proud of their nation, there's a way, if you watch football, at the beginning, you know those who love their countries because they are belting out their national anthem and reflecting on the words and just really doing it proudly. But we're like, okay, let's do it because it's part of protocol. Let us move on. How many of us love Nigeria? The hands were too reluctant coming up. Some people took like a second or two to think about it. I'd like to beg you, can we do it one more time? But this time, can we do it with a sense of pride that we're singing one of our national symbols, one of the greatest exports, and the words are so powerful. In fact, when the national anthem comes up, oftentimes I go straight to the second stanza. I forget there's a first because that's such a powerful prayer. But we can sing the national anthem with pride. I was looking at, some people are just looking like, just let it go. Well, I know that it's the morning, it's a Saturday, some of us are used to lying in. But let us sing our national anthem with pride. Is that okay? Can we do it? All right, so the national anthem, one more time. Thank you very much. May you please take your seats. My fellow compatriots, Nigerians in the room, thank you. And indeed, we serve our nation with strength, with might, and we hope that part of what we're doing today as part of Innovate 2024 is to achieve that, to ensure that the labors of our heroes past will not be in vain. And really, really grateful to Crosspoint for putting on this edition of Innovate. I was here for the first one in 2021. I don't know how many people were here for the first Innovate. Proud alumni, fantastic. It was amazing. You know, one of the things that we pride ourselves as Nigerians is the sheer innovativeness of the youth. The fact that one of our biggest exports to the world, whether by the Japa syndrome or just by our posts online, is the creativity of our young people. In fact, when the president went to Amsterdam on a visit, one of the things he was poaching to the government, to the Prime Minister of Netherlands, was that we have 70% of the makeup of our population being under 30. And imagine the potential in that. And so when you speak about that, really and truly, Nigeria ought to be the investor's delight. We ought to be where investors come because there's just a harvest of ideas, of creativity. And I assure you that Nigeria is the next frontier when it comes to ideas, innovation, thinking out of the box. And I'm sure you'd agree with me that we're very, very innovative. I think the only challenge is that we do it a lot online. I'm sure Adia would be happy about that because we spend a lot of money on data. We are always online, and it's a beautiful thing. I think it just helps us to express ourselves in different ways. On behalf of Crosspoint, I'd like to welcome you very warmly. I'm glad that the convener of Innovate 2024 is here. We love to call him PL. Pastor Ladi Shoyombo, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for your passion for entrepreneurs, growing the next leaders, it's not just about money, it's about impact as well. Just solving and bringing solutions to problems, everyday problems through innovation. Thank you so much. As you would see on the banners, at least this one right here, inspiring leadership and transforming the future. We're looking not just to the now, but in front of us this day, the future leaders of Nigeria, the future Elon Musks, the future Mark Zuckerbergs, the future, who's your role model? Not just in tech. I know AI is the future, but agriculturists. We have people who are the next education transformers. You're going to transform education the way that we see it. We see techpreneurs. We see so many great dreams. Am I correct? Am I correct? Absolutely. Please give yourselves a round of applause. You're clapping like you are not sure. Well, thank you. Move on very quickly because we understand that this is a Saturday and we do respect your time. We're very grateful, but we promise you that since you've trusted us with your time today, our commitment to you is to make every single second worthwhile. The hashtag for today's event, because we'd love for you to share on Twitter, Instagram, any social media platform you're on. We are on Instagram at CP Innovate, and the hashtag for today's event is hashtag Innovate 2024 CONF, so short form of conference. Again, it's Innovate 2024 Conf. We have people watching online as well. Can we do a little wave to our online audience? They're watching, and we have people watching from different parts of the world. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining us today. We promise that it will be amazing, excellent, worth your while. Without further ado, I'd like to invite a member of the team, of the Innovate team, to share with us the pitch and grant process and finally showcased. I know that to my left here, there are a few people who are not really speaking up, and I understand. It's not because you are not happy. The nerves. Because today they'll be pitching for the opportunity to win serious money. But the money is really, an investment into the ideas and businesses that we'll be presenting today. And so to give a finalist showcase, please let's make welcome Princess from the Innovate team. A round of applause, please, as she comes on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're not smiling. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's much better. You're welcome to the Innovate 2024 Pitch and Grants Conference. Don't mind me. The last one was in 2021, and it was something, right? Please give it up for yourselves. All right. It's really an honor to stand before you on behalf of the Innovate team to try to run through our criteria, the criteria that was used in the selection. But I'm just going to give a background. And I must say that we're thrilled to see so many passionate entrepreneurs, career professionals, and change makers in one room. Come on, give it up for yourselves. Wow, a lot of innovative, bright minds. I mean, you saw the banners, right? And I believe that, like Ayomira said, every minute of your time today will be worth it. So as we're gathered here today, we're reminded of the incredible success of our last 2021 Innovate Pitch and Grants Conference. Of course, 5 innovative minds pitched for a grand prize of 2 million naira. And of course, a very lucky winner, Emergency Station, won the grand prize, right? It was a moment of celebration, and she recounted it, and I could remember how she jumped on the stage. But today, we're taking it to the very next level, right? We're taking it to the very next level. Yes, so today what is at stake is a grand prize of $3,000. Come on, that's something. All right, we received an overwhelming response this year. There were lots of applications, thousands of applications. And the good thing was that these applications, a lot of them were, very brilliant, innovative ideas, small businesses. You would like to think that, Nigerian youths are so super intelligent and innovative. And you'll be asking, so we have this kind of people among us in this country of ours. Wow, it was very beautiful. But for the purpose of this event, for the purpose of this competition, it was a very tough one, but we had to narrow it down to just 6. It was very tough. And these were the criteria that we used. The first one, of course, was innovation. So we tried to see how innovative that idea is, how common is it, right? How unique it is. And then second was impact. We tried to look out for the impact that that business idea has on the, the market, the economy, the people that are going to make use of that product or that service. And the third one was the commercial viability and feasibility of plans. Of course, we wanted to know what the unique selling points of each of the business was. We wanted to know how commercial viable it is. Is it something that is going to bring you money? Is it something that's going to generate income? And lastly, the presentation. Of course, we asked for a 2-minute video, presenting your business. And in as much as we saw very funny ones, we also saw very bright ones. So yes, this was the criteria that was used in selecting our top 6 finalists. So we'll just be introducing very briefly our top 6 finalists. All right. Okay, so first of all, we have Dactic Media. Dactic Media. Come on, put it up for Dactic Media. Give a wave. Are you not happy to be here? All right. So Dactic Media is an independently, of course, independently owned Nigerian television archiving business. Wow. The business's mission is to preserve the rich cultural heritage of Nigerian and African television content. That's it. It's innovative, right? All right. So I'm just going to move over to the next. Clay Foods. All right. So Clay Foods is an innovative food processing company that tackles malnutrition in children, macro and micronutrient deficiency in adults. One thing that stood out in their presentation was the fact that they had, a very healthy weight loss, food processing products and all of that. Okay, so I move on to the next. One Grid Energies. All right, you're welcome. So One Grid Energy is another innovative business, a startup that recycles waste plastic bottles into a low-cost rechargeable lantern or low-cost rechargeable lanterns. They eliminate pollution, kerosene lanterns, candles, greenhouse gas emissions, and poverty in slum and rural areas. Well, they use plastic bottles and, they convert it to rechargeable lanterns. Please give it up for One Grid. All right, we also have Post Paddy. Okay, so Postparty is an AI-powered social media management tool that eliminates the need for small business owners to hire social media teams or juggle multiple tools. Yeah, you're coming for some people's job. All right, the next is Think Bikes. Give it up for Think Bikes. Think Bikes is not here. All right, yo, we need that to be sure. Let's know if we'll replace, All right, Think Bikes Limited is providing last mile transportation using electric cargo bikes locally and making them available for ride sharing lease to individuals and businesses in urban and rural communities. Please give it up for Think Bikes one more time. And lastly, but not the least, Xavier Technologies. Woo! The next big thing, right, in ICT. It's an ICT solution strategically positioned to produce devices, Nigerian-owned, Nigerian-made laptops. Wow, come on, give it up for Xavier Technologies. All right, and that's the 6 of our finalists, right? We wish you a very, very interesting stay at this conference. We have a lot packed for you. And, of course, it's going to be a beautiful one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Princess. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Some of the contestants or the pitchers couldn't see anything. It wasn't because they weren't excited. Like I said earlier on, until the winner is announced, I don't think they'd be able to really say much. And then if you know what is at stake, $3,000, they cannot really say much. I hope it's not because of you that the Naira has depreciated recently. The fact that when you want to exchange your money, you want the value to increase. Maybe we need to see you after today's meeting. Please, we want to strengthen our Naira. But we're so excited and more than anything, to see the brilliant ideas that are going to be showcased today. And we get the opportunity and privilege to actually listen to some of these brilliant ideas from Nigerians. We're so excited. Now, in addition to the pitches and the grants today, we're hoping to also have quality conversation led by thought leaders. And so each of our speakers today and panelists have been carefully selected as they have distinguished themselves in their sphere of influence as being leaders indeed. And so the first lecture we're going to be having this morning is a keynote. And it's going to be Inspiring Leadership, Transforming the Future. And the person who's going to be taking the lead with regards to this conversation is an inspiring leader herself and also a woman who is transforming the future. So literally she's going to be speaking from experience in terms of how she's been able to do all these things, but very importantly, giving you very important insights in how you yourself can be a transformational leader, inspiring people and also transforming the future. Please permit me to give you a bit of her bio. She is very modest because she's been able to capture it in just a few words, but her work speaks for itself. She's the Chief Marketing Officer for MTN Nigeria. She has successfully designed, built, and scaled tech-driven platform companies in emerging markets delivering plus $100 million in revenue. Yes, you can clap, please. She was the CEO of Thrive Greek, guiding the company through a turnaround after COVID-19 pandemic induced a crisis in the business. Before that, she joined the founders of Migo, formerly Minds.io, a machine learning-powered instant credit platform, as the VP of Growth and Managing Director Nigeria for Migo. Before working with startups, she was the Director of Digital Business at Nine Mobile, formerly Etisalat Nigeria, where she was responsible for partnering with startups to deliver mobile content, advertising, financial and API services. She also sits on the boards of and advises several tech startups and scale-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make very welcome for the first keynote, or the keynote for today's conference, Adia Soho.
This should be working. Good morning, everybody. So when I look in the mirror, I think I'm young, and then I hang out with young people and realize I'm not as young as you look. So I want to talk about the future today. And basically what I'm trying to encapsulate in this talk are the things that you are going to see in the market that might shock you, scare you, dissuade you, or stop you in your tracks. And I want to try and articulate them for you so that you are not, to just take the fear away a little bit, right? Just from my experience. But then I woke up this morning and I was looking at these slides and I realized that they have nothing about me or my story. And I tend to be very surprised when I come into rooms like this and people ask me who I am or how I got here. So first of all, thank you, Pastor Ladi, for asking me to do this. I'm definitely grateful that you think my story is worth sharing or my experience is worth talking about. But I need to explain that the last 25 years, I didn't write this story, God did. So I think it's really important for you to step out in faith. If I were to talk about what I know or what I can do now, I can say that from when a company is at slide stage to MTN Nigeria, which is publicly listed on a stock exchange. In fact, it's listed in Nigeria. But as we joke in MTN group, if Nigeria sneezes, the group catches a cold. Because Nigeria is the biggest contributor to the stock market value of MTN group in the South Africa stock exchange. So we are not even listed there. However, our actions have an impact there. So having worked in companies all the way from seed stage to publicly listed, if you had asked me 25 years ago at the beginning of my career if that was going to be my story, there's absolutely no way I would have been able to articulate that. In fact, if I take you through some of the stories I was articulating, then you will laugh. You know, but what has happened is I've gotten here. One is only able to tell these stories when you are looking back. I didn't get here by a straight line. I started as an engineer, and I did that very passionately for 7 years. And then I realized I was solving the same problem. In fact, I was an engineer before. You know, we have 5G networks now. We are looking at 6G. I was an engineer when we weren't even naming them with G. You don't hear anybody talking about 1G. The first network I managed was a 1G network, which was an analog network. You guys in Nigeria, you guys are too young to remember that dial-up sound. You know that when you're trying to log on to the internet, that's when I was an engineer. Okay? And then I managed a 1G and 2G network, then 3G. Then I was in 4G training and 5G training, right? I think it was 5G training, actually. And then I realized, boy, it's exactly the same problem I'm solving. Just the technology is changing. And I wanted a little bit more variety. Then I went and I got my MBA part-time. So what I was doing then was after work, I would leave work at 4 o'clock, go home, either finish my homework or sleep for 20 minutes, and then go to school from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock for 3 years. Very tough period in my life, but I did it, and I'm so glad I did. So after that, the job market in the US got very, very funny. So I came back to where, to the land of my father and my mother, right? Because back then, VPs were getting manager jobs, and recruiters literally were looking at me and saying, sorry, we are focused on hiring American citizens right now. I have a Nigerian passport. I don't have any other passport. So they literally looked at me and said, sorry. And this is what can happen to you when you jackpot. They can look at you and say, please be going. So I came back home. And I started working for Etisalat. So I'd been a management consultant in Chicago. And then I came back and I was an internal management consultant to Etisalat, Nigeria. And funny story about how I got that job. I was sitting down in a bar wearing a red dress. And then some directors at Etisalat walked in. And we just started talking. Right? But you see, I was prepared for that moment. Right? So I think one common thread throughout my career, especially when you've got maybe 5 to 10 years under your belt, is to make sure that you know something, you have an opinion about something, you are studying something. Because then what will happen is that opportunity will find you at your level of preparation. And honestly, for the second half of my career, that's really how I've gotten all of my roles. So I met those directors because I was wearing this red dress. I had just come from a wedding. We started gisting. And the guy was like, it's like we can use somebody like you in Etisalat. Now, that first try didn't get me far. right? Because there was somebody attempting to curve my destiny, and I don't blame the person. I was overqualified for who would have been my boss at the time. So it was difficult for that person to reconcile me working for them. Now, unfortunately, that person didn't last in the job. So when that happened, this was before people would freely give CEOs email addresses. You know now you can ask for an email address and you will at least get it somehow. Then nobody will give you. So I sat down and I came up with 13 combinations of what the CEO's address could possibly be. His name is Stephen Evans. So I spelled Stephen with a PH, with an F, with a V. Stephen plus Evans _ Evans.Evans, and I sent the same email to all those addresses. And I think I found 13 combinations, 12 bounced back. I watched them as they came back into but one entered. And 18 hours later, he emailed me and said, okay, what did I say in the email? I said, hello, sir, I'm just visiting. It's a lie. I had bought all my suitcases were here. I said, I'm just visiting. I'd like to learn about the local telecom industry. This is who I am. If you have 20 minutes for a chat. I didn't say anything, but my resume was attached to the email. Right? So if shoot your shot was that email, it was an email. That was the email. So the guy invited me, said, come, let's talk. Asked for 20 minutes. This guy gave me 2 hours of the toughest grilling of my entire professional career. And that was the first of 8 interviews I had before I got that job. Remember I said I talked to somebody in Etisala before? Because of the difficult experience he had with that person, I suffered for it in my own interview. But after 8 interviews, I remember calling an egbon of mine, and I was like, what do these people want? Why do they keep calling me back? And he said, look, Adia, they won't call you 8 times if it's to say no. So I kept quiet. Right? And I got the job eventually. And we worked together, and we still have a very, very, very good relationship. Right? As I tend to keep with all my bosses anyway. So after that, I got multiple roles in Etisalat, got promoted. Was working with startups. I work with hundreds of startups, and that's kind of how I entered the community, and I've become something of an ecosystem auntie. But after a while, I found that I needed to take my own medicine, because I had a lot of advice for them, but I hadn't jumped in and proven it, that the advice makes sense or it works. So I worked for a couple of startups, a fintech and Thrive Agri, as was mentioned. And then big corporate called me again. So that's my journey. And you see that it wasn't a straight line. I didn't construct it. I was not in charge. I basically took the talents that I was given by God and whatever capability He gave my parents. And I am where I am today. Because of it, this story was not written by me. So I say this so that you know that you don't have to figure out where you are going exactly right now. But all you have to make sure you are doing is the right things. So stay on top of your knowledge. Stay prepared. Make sure when you interact with people, you leave something good behind you so that they have something good to say. Because what also happens is that after a while, people will start saying your names in rooms when you are not there. This job, I was invited to apply. I heard it was open. I didn't go and apply for it. But because people spoke of me and my work favorably, I was pulled into the room for this opportunity. So you have to manage yourselves to make sure that that's your story. Okay. So anyway, that's just a quick. Let's get into the lessons of the future. By the way, I'm not staying to judge this your competition because it's too hard. What I've seen on the board already is really, really interesting, and I'm quite encouraged and pleased to see the direction that these companies are thinking about. I have a broad sort of like spectrum of interest. This is how I entertain myself. So each of those startups is speaking to something that I am quite curious about, passionate about, learning about. So I may have lots of questions for you. I tend to be quite stressful with my questions, but I promise you I'm fun in the end. Okay, so like I said, these lessons for the future is me just trying to package Nigeria into words that help you understand what you are going to see and what may look like frustration. But it's really, I will give you words that make it approachable, okay? You promised me this was the button. I should face you. Will it work? Next slide, please. Let's just do that. Aha. So, how will I describe Nigeria? When you compare Nigeria with other economies, in these three terms, I would say Nigeria is low infrastructure, low data, and low trust. This not only affects what you build, it affects how you build it. Okay, so let's talk about low infrastructure. So there are certain things that we don't have in our country that make it difficult for us to have an equitable conversation with the rest of the world. Okay, and that has to do with infrastructure. And sometimes infrastructure is not just road or buildings, right? Sometimes it's just a standard of thinking. Let's use our education system now. Can we compare the output of our universities with the rest of the world? Like, we don't show up in those rankings. Why? Because we do not have a packaged curriculum that is put on the same measuring scale as the rest of the world. That is actually infrastructure. And in the absence of that infrastructure, we cannot sit at the same table. So I want to first of all broaden the definition of infrastructure so that when you see, okay, look, for Nigeria to not be at the table for certain conversations, right? Why is that? What is missing? Right? People can only compare with what they know. So infrastructure takes a lot of different forms. So why can't people borrow money in Nigeria? It is because we do not have pervasive credit scores. Every developed country in this world was built on the back of credit. But for an organization to understand whether they can lend you money or not, they must know what your history is. Right? Because digital or not, past behavior is a great indicator of future behavior. And if there is no record of past behavior, right? There are 10,000 children born in Nigeria every day. How many of them have birth certificates? That's the first record. So when you are not getting enough birth certificates, that's also infrastructure also, by the way. Right? So when you are not recording birth, what else can you actually say you are recording? So in the absence of that infrastructure, it is impossible to lend. Okay, so when you are thinking of what to build, if you go and build something that you have read about on TechCrunch, right? And you don't have the underlying infrastructure to make that thing successful, right? You may struggle. So it's okay to take a step back and say, okay, what does the other market that inspired this idea have that I need? Okay, and should that be what I build instead? By the way, infrastructure is also harder, but more rewarding financially too. Okay? Low data. I've kind of also started talking about low data. In the absence of data, if I don't know who you are, if you don't have NIN, if I don't know where you went to school, if the school is not, do you understand? I cannot, because these are the things that make up a credit score. Right? Those of us that have had a chance to live abroad, when you sit down, you see that these people they know every time you enter and leave the country, they know every credit card expense. They know when I first got to the US, I couldn't get a credit card. I couldn't buy a car. It's for the love of God, I met somebody, there was one jati car that was a stick shift. Thank God I learned to drive stick shifts in Nigeria. Right? And this man just said, well, I trust you. Take this car and post me a check every month. Honestly, I still pray for that man every day because normally in America, because I had no credit score. But I lived in Iowa. There is no bus. Do you understand? There was no way for me to get to work. After begging somebody to take me to work, she carried me for 6 months. One day she just stopped showing up because she just couldn't have the conversation with me to tell me, I can't come and be picking you up. That's how I turned myself into a beggar at this car dealership because I did not have enough money to pay for the car in full. I was a low data somebody. Right? But for whatever grace that man felt that day, he said, just take the car and go. I will trust that you will send me a check. And I did. I paid for the car in full. I drove that car for 7 years. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention is that in the absence of all this data and infrastructure, you end up with a society that is low trust. Okay? So take it as you like, but why are Nigerians late? Sometimes. Is that you can enter a road you enter every day. But you cannot truly, truly say exactly how long it's going to take you to apply that route. Because you don't know what you're going to see on that route. Why do people get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to iron their shirt? Because you don't know that whether there'll be lights in the morning or not. No, it's true. It's true. So, unfortunately, like I joke and say, Nigerians have more problems before 9 a.m. Right? Than most people in developed countries have for like a quarter. What that means is that it makes Nigerians fantastic at thinking about redundancy. Okay? But having said that, it's almost we are checking and rechecking and rechecking. So it's like this morning I was on my way here. I was given a time to get here. Right? But as is normal, the person handling me, she calls, say, Ma, where are you? I say, I'm coming. 5 minutes later, Ma, where are you? I say, I'm coming. I literally now had to start sending her pictures of where I was on the road. No, but this is, again, you see what I'm trying to do there? I'm giving her information so that she can trust that the information I'm giving her is correct. Because in other countries, you don't have to worry about traffic, trailer breaking down, anything like that. Right? So it's almost like, think about when you transfer money to somebody. How many people here have picked up the phone to say, did you get it? Do you understand? But then why are entities like OPay successful? Because before you call, you know that the person has got it. Does everybody agree with me? So OPay has designed a product that gives you the confirmation that other products don't give you. So it has increased trust. That is why people use that product. Do you understand? So I'm giving you this example so that you know that if you start building, understanding low infrastructure, low data, and low trust, you start to see more success than your peers. So it's not something what we typically do now is we just complain about Nigeria. What I'm trying to do here is articulate it so that it looks like a problem you can solve with the products that you are building. Are you with me? Next slide, please. So, I've already started touching on this, right? And you can make the slides available. They will be online, so the link will be shared. I want you to recognize that you have the power to actually build products that engender trust. Okay, so let me use Migo, the fintech I worked for, as an example. So this is a product that consumes data from various sources and promises Nigerians that we will be able to give you a loan if you qualify. I'll tell you the story of one grandmother in Ikorodu that got our text message one day. And she was down on her luck. Right? She was living in an incomplete house that she didn't have the money to finish. She had her child, she had her grandchild, and she was supporting them to be fed. Then she got this text message that said, dial this short code from your phone, and you will be able to get a loan. Of course she didn't. She didn't know what to believe. So when you dial this USSD code, it basically just tells you immediately how much you qualify for. And depending on what your data footprint is, it can be as low as 500 naira, can be as high as 20K. Okay? This woman had been gifted some empty crates of bottles. And somebody told her to try to use it to start a business. But she would have had to raise the startup capital herself. So what she did was she dialed the code. She saw what she qualified for. I think it was 20, 25K maybe. Right? She selected the loan, and she got the money within 90 seconds. We designed the product that way. We designed the product so that we are not asking, the only question we're asking at the time is, what account are we putting the money you qualify for in? She doesn't know what data we've looked at on the back end. Not that we're trying to hide it, but my point is, we didn't ask her to provide the data that we needed, because there were sources that we could automatically query on the back end. We just told her, if you qualify, you will get this loan, and we expect you to pay it back. So the way that product was designed, now think about if you are going into a bank for a loan. What are they going to start asking you for? Where you live, what you do, how much money you make, whether a relationship manager can follow you to go and confirm your house or the business you say you have. Right? But we took all of that away and turned it into a very short conversation that occurs on USSD. And the fact that we kept our promise with that product and gave her the loan in 90 seconds, she trusted us. At the time I left Migo, this woman had taken 55 loans and never paid late. Never. And by the time I got there, she had gone from that first empty crate of bottles to opening her own bar to supplying all the hotels in that Ikorodu. 55 loans later. But you see, there were certain aspects of that product that allowed us to build trust. Right? At its peak, just before the pandemic, we were doing 10,000 loans a day. You won't think that any institution in Nigeria can do that. But we did it. I saw those numbers with my eyes. Right? So we were transparent. Right? We prioritized privacy. Right? But we were consistent. I think one thing that we see that is hard to deliver when you are in Nigerian business is consistency. But the fastest way to get trust from somebody is to do what you say every single time. So when you are building your products, if you want to build trust, you must show that you are on the side of the user. You must be consistent. You must deliver quality. Once you start compromising on that, if you are now looking for traction in front, I need you to know that it's your fault. Are you with me? Because I'm trying to use this slide here to break down what trust means. And why when Nigerians trust you, because you guys know how soft Nigerians are. Just beg them small, they are with you. No matter how you've offended them, just say sorry. Right? Building trust is actually not as difficult. You just need to know the different components. Consistency, transparency, and look like you are on their side. Okay? And there's nobody here that asks for urgent 2K. Once you give them, they know you are on their side. Next slide, please. New technology is not a threat. I'm surprised that we've been here now and AI has only come up once. So I think the difference between elder millennials like me and you guys is that me, I used to listen to music on vinyl and cassette tape when we're rewinding songs. See, the people that are my age know what this means. I don't need to explain. But you guys are here and you are experiencing your first big wave, big, massive technological change. We've seen a few. And we know that life continues. There will still be work. You are not going to be put out of a job. Right? I lived life pre-internet and now post-internet. So it's actually all fine. Remember that there was somebody one day that looked at electricity and said, well, what kind of witchery is this? Do you understand? So I need you to understand that anything you hear about, 5G, the second coming, microchip, blah, 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 that's fine. People first react to new technology with fear. Okay? But the best of us also need to react with opportunity while managing whatever risks it brings. Okay? Because with any technology, it really comes down to how you use it. It can be used for good, it can be used for bad. Okay? But what I'm trying to explain to you here is that I think because of where you are in your lives, this is your first, you were probably born and smartphones were already here. Okay? Some of us are pre-smartphone. We're carrying bricks in our pockets. Right? But I need you to just understand that technology is only a threat if you allow it to be. But for you and for who we are and what we need in Nigeria, please see it as an opportunity because it is the thing that is going to enable us to leapfrog multiple generations of technology. Right? So like for instance, how easy will it be to find a fax machine in Nigeria? Extremely difficult. In most offices in the US, there are still fax machines. This is what leapfrogging looks like. Like we skipped that need to make fax machines a staple. And we just went straight to the internet. If few people have, then you just throw it away. You don't need to replace it. Right? And then nobody has really, really over-invested in fax machines, put them in all the shops, put them on sale, make sure everybody bought fax machines. No. But fax machines are still relatively easy to find in offices in the US. But I have no idea where I will start in Nigeria. Okay? Next slide, please. So I think that it's also very important to remember that it's okay to build a product like a Nigerian. And that has value. Because there are a few things we understand in this our culture. Right? We are pre-middle class. Right? where a lot of companies that are trying to come and do business in Nigeria are post-middle class. So they are coming from countries that have an established middle class, so they are just coming to extract from the middle class. But then they come to Nigeria and get a headache. Why? Because we are still building our middle class. And it's under a lot of pressure, right? Because we build small, you enable a few people, then they japa. Right? So the number is not growing as fast as it should be relative to our population. Right? So any company that is coming here with a business model from a post-middle class society is going to have a headache. But what you guys need to do, right, and I'll talk a little bit about market creation a little bit more, is start to remember who we are and start building from our context. Okay? Let me use pure water as an example. How big do we think that industry is in Nigeria? $100 million? $500 million? $1 billion? $2 billion? It's nearly 3 billion people. Fragmented as it is, scattered as it is. Now, previously, and that's a business model. Business model, I would say, that was born in Nigeria. Okay? Now, was water distributed in plastic bags? Yes, for emergencies in developed countries. Then they go back to their plastic bottle. But then somebody somewhere saw that and said, look, there are people sweating in the bus, in traffic, that need water. Clean water. And from that, an industry was born. And by the way, much of the global south, with similar macroeconomics to us, right? So the likes of Indonesia, India, South America, they now sell pure water. Now, to my environmentalist company, which is the company that is recycling plastic, I know this is it's a problem you are trying to solve. I'm very sorry. But please, I need to talk about this industry small. Then we'll talk about how we are collecting their plastic and doing other things with it in the pitch competition. Right? But my point is, business models can be born out of Nigeria. The concept of sachetizing, right? Prepay has been popularized in Nigeria. Right? If you look at Amazon, right, which has just left Africa and the Middle East because post-middle class headache. They've come to a pre-middle class company to come and extract, and they had problems. When they were collaborating with MTN, we told them if you want scale, you need to be able to pay with airtime. This your monthly plan is for your pocket. We need weekly plan, and please let's also be working towards daily plan if the weekly plan works. We need Amazon for TV. We need Amazon for mobile phone. We need the one that combines the two. We need the one that is separate. You see, all of this flexibility allowed us to speak to a wider audience. Where in America, they are just like, take Amazon, this is the monthly fee, be paying it and be going. Right? But that's a different type of market, a different type of consumer segment. Okay? So you have to make sure that your business models are flexible enough. Understand your user and then build for your user. And I want you to know that you should not be afraid, again, of building like in Nigeria. Right? Because there are lots of people that are actually looking at us. We may not know it, but they are looking at us so that they can copy business models from us as well. Right? Let it not be only 419 that makes us enter the news. Next slide, please. I think it's important to become an observer of the world. I think the internet really makes that possible now. How many people saw Tunde Onokoya break the world record for longest chess match last week? These are things that you guys should be watching. The world was watching Tunde. Now, he didn't raise the $1 million, but I don't think it matters. Because the world now knows who he is. The conversations he's going to have with the world now is very different. And that guy came from wherever he came from. Right? And started building his worldview from there. He had never been to America before. He had never been to New York before. Before he went and broke that world record in the middle of New York. He didn't wait for anybody to go there. He didn't do, let me go and visit and come. No. Right? When you have a country that is as young as ours, please dream big. Allow your elders to guide you, but don't let us stop you, please. No, don't let us stop you. We'll be there for guidance. We will tell you where there are holes and where there, just like I'm doing now. But do not let anybody that looks like me, whatever experience I have, stop you if you have a dream. Just take the wisdom, though, and then move forward. But my point is, the world is more than one country, right? And look for people that are places that you can take positive lessons as well as negative lessons. But there must be lessons. We need to remember that not everything is going to be documented or written down, right? And not everything is going to be documented or written down for our benefit. History is written only by the person that wins the war. And how many wars have people that look like us won? So you need to be conscious of the fact that many stories are told, specifically not to benefit you. So you must open your eyes and see them for yourself. How many people followed the conversation on Twitter with Paul Graham about the word delve? Good. He was probably reading a pitch from a Nigerian or an Indian and immediately dismissed a word that is common in our vocabulary. Very common. Like I can't tell you, now all I see is the word delve anywhere I go. Right? And the frequency with which we use is actually quite high. But from his tiny worldview, because he has a lot of power, he thought, oh, the world must look like only the way I see it. Maybe children are learning to speak English from TV these days. That man has clearly not spent time in a British colony before, or a former British colony before. You need to understand that this is the world you are walking into, and this is the world you are observing. I'm not saying go and fight. I said observe. I said observe. Okay, next please. So I know I'm talking to some people in tech here. I mean, software has seen a fantastic glow up in the last 10 years. Please, I'm here to beg you people, hardware needs the same. So you see where I'm living, right? When I say the things here are speaking, in the pitch competition are speaking to what I'm interested in, this already is as if you saw my slides. So I'm very keen to see us here start to make solutions that we can afford. Let's use materials that are naturally occurring here. I think 3D printing, I'm waiting for that revolution to really hit in Nigeria. Because we are growing a lot of things here that can be turned into 3D printing filament. We grow corn and sugarcane in Nigeria like weeds. Right? Both of those things, with a little bit more R&D, will make very sustainable 3D printing filament. And then what is it that is abroad that we have to ship in or import, export, get stock at customs, blah, 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 blah. Spare parts, kinikon. We can make it here. So I'd like us to really, really start to think about the hardware that we need. And if Nigeria creates it, the global south is going to use it, just like pure water. Okay, so I want us to be believers that there is a revival on the hardware side that can happen, just like what has happened with software. Otherwise, how are we going to get Apple Vision Pro in Nigeria? And we need it. But at $3,500. But meanwhile, imagine if your mechanic, the one that keeps spoiling your car, had an Apple Vision Pro and was subscribed to the learning channel from Toyota. So he can wear the Apple Vision Pro, look at your car, diagnose the problem, and actually fix it with good training. But if that Vision Pro is 3.5, never going to happen. So you people, please get me a $20 Vision Pro, please. Right? My people that want to manufacture devices in Nigeria, I'm looking at you people too. So I'm waiting to see your pitch. Because why have we struggled to get the price of smartphones down in Nigeria? Since I came back to Nigeria more than 10 years ago, we have been begging the price of this smartphone. But every time it comes down, the devaluation happens, it goes up again. Right? Smartphones need to be like $10, even $5, to gain the traction they need, to get Nigerians online, to get the digital economy in this country. Right? Once the informal economy can get online, oh my God, then we'll be counting the real GDP of this country. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay, lastly, all of you should follow somebody called Efosa Ojomo on Twitter. Efosa, along with a famous professor at Harvard called Clayton Christensen, have named this concept called market creation. And it is the solution for countries that are pre-middle class. Right? So, how many people here have gone to this VFS office in Lekki? Or any visa office, really? Okay, pastor has gone. So you see how big that building is, eh? But somehow when you get there, somebody's going to shout, "Ma, passport. Ma, photocopy. Ma, access the internet." That building is big enough for them to have all the passport, photocopy, and printing needs. But they don't do it. Now imagine the day that police gets up and they say they want to lock that building. Who is going to stop them? Is it not the passport people, the photocopy people, and the printing people? Why? Because that building has unintentionally, I don't even know, created a market around itself. There are people who are able to get up and go and have an honest day's work simply because that business is there. Okay? Every business in Nigeria needs to do that. Otherwise, we're not going to create a middle class. Okay? So the industries, the businesses that do that very well are the biggest in Nigeria. Right? People ask about telcos. Most people, every time they make a phone call, they are using it to transact, make money, or build wealth. Yeah, there's leisure. Yeah, there's entertainment. That's fine. Right? But every call has a multiplier effect on the individual making the call. But on top of that, you have local people supplying diesel, local people tending to customers. Like you've just created all of these secondary industries around the telecom industry. So we need to sit down and start learning how to unpack the concept of market creation. So by your existence, right? Let's try not to think about, businesses in terms of Oyibo man capitalism, where it's let me come, take my own, and take my money and go. Who is getting richer by your presence? In an honest way. Right? Because this is also what fuels corruption. When you are coming and only you is collecting the money, the market is simply just saying, did you cut so for me? Cut for me. So find a way to actually bake that structurally into your business. Okay? And if you follow Efosa, he shares a lot of his writing and examples, right? Or excerpts from his book, so that you can learn a little bit more. So market creation, market creation, market creation. For instance, I was just talking to a video production company. Right? Normally, if they say they want to go and take a video of somewhere in the north, what will happen? Somebody will carry camera, buy ticket, ship equipment, then go and carry the crew to go and shoot the footage in the north. But shebi there are people in the north with iPhone 15 or Samsung camera, right? That can shoot high quality video on their phones. So a different way to run that company is to have a network of people that you have trained in simple terms to meet your needs. Okay, all of a sudden, right, the 50% of children that are out of school in the north now have something to do. Okay, because that's something we have to really worry about in Nigeria, right, is keeping our very young, very large population busy. Because if we don't keep them busy, okay, next slide, please. I am almost done. So I think that as you build products, I want you to start training your ears to listen for friction and frustration. What does friction sound like? Why does it take so long to do this? I want to do that, but I can't. I'm trying to get this, but it's hard. In America, they do it like this, but we can't do it here. Every time you hear sentences like that, there's money to be made. Right? Anything that a customer voices that sounds like difficulty in achieving what they want to achieve, or extra disturbance, unnecessary disturbance, there's money there. Right? If you have a product and you are hearing that from your customers, that's what a new feature or an augmentation of your product sounds like. But it's important to train your ears to hear this thing now and hear it all the time. Because it's not when there's problem you now say, okay, let me go and start listening. Right? The training has to start. It has to become natural. So that it's not that you hear the friction and frustration when you start looking for it. It's that you hear it and you're like, that is friction and frustration. When you do something like that, right, then you now start to see where billion-dollar companies come from. So someone asked the other day on Twitter, what's a company that can grow by 60x in the next 5 years? Me, I was like, agriculture. Like, I don't know why we are talking about anything else. Somebody's like, oh, food delivery. I say, lie. Like when you're talking about logistics, talking about ed tech, I'm like, food before fintech, food before education, food before logistics, food before everything. Why? Let me give you one friction point. I think it's something like half, if not more than half, of the food farmed, certain categories, like tomatoes for sure. Half the tomatoes grown in Nigeria go bad before they reach the end user. Do you understand? Yet we're a country that buys tin tomato. Where we make that tin tomato, I'm not really sure. I don't know whether it's made in Nigeria. Right? So you have to start listening for things like that to hear opportunity. When you hear something like half the tomatoes in Nigeria go bad, so you either start saying, how can you plug into that supply chain? Or what can tomatoes that are no longer of the, what can sort of slightly fermented tomatoes be used to make? Do you understand? Okay, so who doesn't want the tomato that is bad? Oh, yeah, bring it. It might be secreting some chemical that is good to make one drug, but I don't know. But you have to train your ears to listen for friction and frustration because that equals opportunity. Okay, and that brings me to the end. I hope that you've heard something that resonates with you for whatever you are working on, and I hope that it helps you see the world as a place where you can solve problems and find opportunity, rather than being so scared you go and open the application form to go to Canada. I'm here, although I've gone abroad and come back, so I won't stop you if you want to go. I won't. But it will be like I'm blocking your dead. No, go. But for those of us that are not ready to go, those are the ones that want to die here, I want to make it easier for you to stay. And I want you to know that you can be happy and find your future if you stay here. I hope something you've read today shows you that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a brilliant keynote speech. Adia Soho, thank you. Please, can we maintain the applause until she gets to her seat? Brilliant. Practical, relatable, and definitely informative. Thank you so much. We've done justice to inspiring leadership and transforming the future. And, something that she said very earlier on during her presentation was that great products can build trust, and you can build great products. And then she went on to give us tips on how to identify opportunities and, very importantly, to harness those opportunities and ensure that you're able to work to gain the trust of your customers. Thank you very, very much indeed. By the way, we had said online, for those who follow us on Instagram, again, we're at CP Innovate. The hashtag for today's conference is Innovate 2024 CONF. We have people who are watching online. We have people on Twitter. You can tweet some of the golden nuggets from today's conversations, or you can tweet a picture of yourself. You never know. Someone might just decide to give you a gift for being the most engaged online. Today is a day full of surprises. So please just, do as much as you can. We're going to have a competition here live for those who are on site here and those who are online. So just watch out. You just might never know if you're the one who's walking away with a fantastic prize this day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the pitch competition? Encourage them now. They're the only ones that are not allowed to say anything. Because they are shaking, they're smiling, all the coping mechanisms to help to manage being nervous. But I just want to say, first of all, that for every one of you here, the 6 finalists, you're already winners. Because as Princess had highlighted earlier, this was a rigorous process. We had a number of people send in their thoughts, their ideas, try to pitch for a place here at the finals. But you made it. And so congratulations for coming this far. And just to say that none of you will be going away empty-handed. Yes, the grand prize is $3,000, but we also have some cash prizes for every single person who participates today. So I think that should encourage you that no matter what, you're not going away empty-handed. That's fantastic. All right, so are you ready for the competition? I'll just go through a few things. Our judges are here. One of our judges is not able to make it, had to attend to an emergency. We're delighted to have a full complement of the other judges. And please don't watch their faces. Some of them, their faces are like, well, in their hearts. It's the hearts that matters. They're thinking the best of you. So please, I'd like to introduce our judges for the pitch competition. The louder you clap, the more marks they give you. I cannot guarantee that statement, please. But I'm trying to build trust. Okay, so I won't say things I don't mean. But clap for them so they can be in a better mood to judge better. So, of course, you already saw Adia earlier on. She's one of our judges for the pitch competition. A round of applause already. She's expressed how impressed she is with the idea so far. Sitting next to Adia, we have the Managing Director of Credit Direct Limited, one of our partners here for today's conference, Nigeria's premier consumer lending finance company, Chukwuma Wanze. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Wanze. Good to see you. And sitting right next to him, if you were here in 2021, I'm sure you'd remember him. I'm tempted to say something he did last year, but if I say it, some people might. Maybe I should keep the suspense. Let me not pressure him. Should I put the pressure on him? Can I pressure him? Because if you did it before, he can what? Oh, please give yourselves a round of applause. Fantastic. So last year, and this is an encouragement for the pitchers, because it's not about who really wins. It's just like other competitions. Sometimes someone in the audience might just like your idea and decide to take it up. So last year, out of the prize that was going to the winner, he gave a single individual prize to someone he really thought the idea was fantastic. So that just might be you. And I don't mean that when you come here, you just be facing him as you're pitching. Just looking at him and connecting eye contact with him. That's not the idea, but just to really appreciate him for supporting Innovate. 2021, you were here, you're here again in 2024, and he will be speaking later on. Olumide Shoyombo, co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies. Okay, so we've met the judges, and I'll just share with us the criteria for judging this afternoon or this morning. The first criteria is innovation. I believe that Princess had already mentioned during the preliminary session, this was also what was also used to judge. All points carry equal marks. Innovation, impact, presentation, feasibility of plans, and finally Q&A. So please ensure that while you're presenting, you have 10 minutes each, 6 minutes to present, 4 minutes for questions, that you allow enough time for question and engagement so that we can really get that mark up as well. And so without further ado, I'd like to invite the first pitcher to the competition. She's so gingered. Hey, please give her a round of applause. Please, can we make welcome for Dactic Atta.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be with you today. My name is Atta, and I'll be telling you all about Didactic Media and how we are revolutionizing television archiving in Nigeria. Now, if media is currency, then archiving is banking. Imagine making money, you're not saving, you're not investing. What even is that, right? So let me just tell you how I came about this business, because you'll be saying television archiving, do they need to keep TV somewhere? So I worked as a producer for Africa Magic for several years. I kind of climbed up the ladder over 7 years. And as a producer, I found difficulty finding archivists because it was a requirement for our productions. You needed to keep it somewhere else, they won't pay you your full fee, actually. So I couldn't find people that could deliver on time. I couldn't find people that were up to the standard that was required. And I said, it's like this thing is a business, so I should not just start it. I learned it from a colleague of mine at the office, and I started at it first as a side hustle, and then eventually as a business that I had to leave my producing job to focus on full-time. I said, Nollywood is a gold mine, Dactic is the only bank. Interestingly, we are actually the only company that focuses solely on television archiving in Nigeria at present. When I tell you the stats, you'll be mind blown, but let's just keep going because I see my time is counting. So what is our unique selling proposition? Like I mentioned, we are the exclusive provider of this service in Nigeria at present. And like I mentioned, it's compulsory, it's a requirement for some companies and networks like Africa Magic, MultiChoice, Mnet, etc. Unlike the individual service provider, which is what we have, which other companies tend to go for, Dactic is able to run this at scale. So we can do, you have 100 shows, bring 100 shows, we'll do it. But the average individual can only take on about 1-2 projects at a time, right? So apart from this, we have an experienced and an expanding team. Like I mentioned, I have 7 years experience in the industry, so I'm conversant with the needs. And every single staff member at Dactic, we have about 7 now. I train them all myself at the highest standards of training in existence. Just running through, yes, our competition, like I mentioned, we don't have any. Let's call it spade a spade. We have, archiving is done, like by some in-house departments. Say Channels Television has an archiving department. Some stations have archiving departments, but no business does it. And because of how much work is involved, a number of channels tend to outsource that service. And then we have individual archivists who, like me, kind of stumbled into the field. However, like I mentioned, they're highly limited in what they can take on at a time. Preserving media is preserving our history. It is carrying the essence of the past into the future. Let's talk about the money now. So far, in the first half of this year, Dactic Media has had an inflow of 4.4 million naira, and yeah, it's looking good for the next half as well. So the profit margin is about 60%. We spend about 40% in employing people, training. You understand the gist. So our client satisfaction is 100%. Every single individual that Dactic has worked with has come back and brought referred, other clients as well. I'm about to talk about our short-term goals, but before I do that, I just want us to understand that archiving is more than a requirement. The way we see it at Dactic, we understand that it's preserving the future. Countries like Britain, they have bodies, governmental bodies, that are tasked with archiving all the television for all of the country. However, in Nigeria, it's like, if I do it, I don't do it, So our plan and our dream is really to collaborate with the government, to collaborate with cultural preservation societies, historical preservation societies, to ensure that archiving is not just something they force you to say, I will not pay you your money. People will now quickly say, archivists, come help my life. So next up, let's just say what we want to use your money for. So you said, wow, this company, you're making money, congratulations to you. Why did you not come here and ask us for money, right? So presently, the company is being run out of my living room. I believe we know that's not the ideal working situation. But yeah, so far what we've been able to do with our profits, we've had to provide working materials for our employees who are mostly fresh school graduates. We don't expect them to have computers that can handle that kind of software. So we've been able to provide that for them. However, we are looking to rent an office property, probably in the Ojodu, Berga, Omole axis, where most of our archivists are residents. We also plan to purchase even more mid-range laptops. Like I mentioned, we are constantly expanding the team, and so we need to be able to give these people tools to work with, right? And sadly, we also don't have a website, which is a little bit embarrassing, but we're looking to do this as well. Okay, my time is about up, but like I mentioned, the size of the prize is as big as Nigeria itself. Thank you very much. That's about it. That's it.
Thank you very much, MM.
Of course,
I would
thank
hand
you.
over to the judges now for their questions.
Hello.
Hello, good day, sir.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to understand what Didactic is. Is it a software? What is the offering? How do you do this? How do you do this archiving? And how do you charge? Do you charge as a service? Do you charge as a subscription? How does it work?
So we charge per service, per project, depending on the length of the project. How many episodes is it? How many hours is the content, right? And so we charge it, like I mentioned, as a service. It's not a subscription-based business as it comes. I don't know if I really
So what do you
answered
do?
the question.
So
Okay,
and who are your customers?
Okay, our customers are production companies and television networks who are seeking to archive their television content.
Okay. And then what do you do? So I'm a television.
Okay, so we work with software like Requeue, which is specialized archiving software, and just the clouds, all the different clouds, OneDrive, Google Drive, all the drives to store this television content and all the ancillary documentation.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
I mean, if you don't mind, if they can take you back to the slide where you had your financials.
Okay. Yeah, this one, yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's just following from the question Olumide asked, how are you pricing? If you want to share the, I'm not sure which number to follow with now, the 522,000 in January, for example,
Okay.
right? But the follow-on on that question is, what's the size of the market?
Okay, so the size of the market, I want to first talk on what we are presently doing, which is working mostly with MultiChoice and its affiliated commissioning editors. We are yet to break into other platforms, but they do have archiving for those as well. So for the size of the market in MultiChoice at present, the archiving, I don't know, that sounds weird. So the archiving is worth, the budget for archiving on Africa Magic projects, like on a yearly basis, is about 35 to 70 million naira on a yearly basis at present with the shows that they're presently running.
Okay, so what percentage of the market would you say MultiChoice? I'm just trying to get an estimate of what
Yeah.
the
So
opportunity
MultiChoice
size
is only one company, and almost every company, like the Amazons, the Netflixes, they do have archiving channels, yes. We haven't yet broken into those. We are in conversations, but MultiChoice is where we presently are in now.
All right, so we have just 42 seconds for her. So if we have one more question, just so that we are fair for the other person.
Yeah, so my questions are very similar to theirs, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I think that's what's really missing for me in this pitch is just what are you selling, who are you selling it to, how much are they paying you, right? Because that's what will explain
How much? Okay.
This bit here. So that part is really not clear. But I think it's fine at your stage. You have a lot more figuring out to do. But you know, I think what you're looking at here is quite important.
Okay, so this fraction of the budget of a production that goes to archiving is not a lot. Let's say a 45 million naira show, budget show. The budget for archiving would be, all right.
Thank you so much, MM. A round of applause for MM
Thank you so
Atta
much. Thank you very much.
of Didactic. Thank you. May I just say to all contestants, I'll be very on the time. So please be very mindful of your time. We've asked for a time split. So at 6, you have 6 minutes to present and 4 minutes. If the question is being asked midway by the judge, we will have to unfortunately cut the judge off so that everybody has a fair time. No one has extra time or giving preferential treatment. The second person who's coming on stage to pitch the idea is Ibukun Adegbulugbe of Post Paddy. A round of applause, please, for Post Paddy, represented by Ibukun. Please, let's cheer them on until they get on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ibukun, and I'm the founder of Post Paddy, and I'll tell you more about it today. So just before we start, I want to do a quick exercise, okay? Just a very brief exercise. So who here owns a small business? Can you just raise up your hand? Okay, now, so among you, like, if you've ever paid for a social media manager or a graphic designer, can you put your hands down? But for others, can you keep your hands up? If you've never paid for a social media manager or graphic designer, can you just keep your hands up? Now, if you've ever had to create content yourself, or you've had to design something yourself, or write copy yourself to post on social media, can you put your hands down? So now, how many hands do we have up? So now, it looks like 100% of business owners are here have either created content themselves, or they've paid someone, either a social media manager or a graphic designer, to create the content for them. Okay, and that brings us to Post Paddy. Post Paddy, which is your AI social media manager, and your all-in-one social media body or assistant. So I'll just tell you a bit about myself. So I started over the last 10 years, I've worked as a digital marketing manager. And I've managed social media for over 200 brands. And I realized that this process was too time-consuming, and it can definitely be more efficient. And that's why I came up with Post Paddy. Okay, so what Post Paddy helps you do is Post Paddy can get content ideas, Post Paddy can create captions, and Post Paddy can also create designs for you in minutes. And on top of this, Post Paddy can then schedule these posts for you at the best performing times. And if you want to make any modifications to it, you can modify the content, even the designs, with our in-app graphic design editors. Okay. So basically, what this means is that as a business owner, you don't necessarily have to get a social media team, a manager, a freelancer, or even a graphic designer. You can get your entire social media content calendar in minutes. It's AI-powered, so it's fast. It's an all-in-one solution, so you don't need an extra tool. You don't say, okay, use Post Paddy and this. With Post Paddy alone, you can do everything you need to do on your social media. Post Paddy focuses on growth, because so basically you can save time and money that you would have invested in hiring people to manage it. So you can then use that time and money to do other things in the business. So now, Post Paddy is the only tool in Africa that does this. Okay. But I'm trying to compare Post Paddy to other tools in the global market. Okay, so I'm looking at Hootsuite and Buffer. So for Hootsuite, the list plan is about $99 per month, while Post Paddy starts from $3 per month, and there are higher plans and also add-ons you can get to increase what you can do. Post Paddy supports payments with Naira cards. So while people in Nigeria can barely use these tools because of you have to get a dollar card and all of that, you can use your normal Naira cards with Post Paddy. Post Paddy has an AI chatbot that can support custom social media requests. So we don't just say, oh, do this and that. You can tell us what you want. So all the posts are customized for you. Post Paddy learns about your business, either from your website or your social media posts, understands your business, gives you a chance to, make modifications, and then delivers what will work for your target audience. Also, Post Paddy creates designs for users, and none of these other tools does the same. Next. Okay, so just for some reason I can't. So to talk a bit about how far we've gone, we have over 3,000 users, and we have paying users both here in Nigeria and also in the United States. And apart from that, we have several users in South Africa, Rwanda, and even Kenya. We have 23% of our users use our products on a monthly basis. And most of our users, over 30%, have activated their accounts. Basically, they've scheduled posts at least once. So what are our short-term goals? Before the end of Q2, we're hoping to launch our mobile app. And before the end of Q3, we're hoping to add more features, and first of which is we want to be able to give people responses on comment replies. We want people to also check their analytics on the platform. And by the end of the year, we're hoping to have over 100,000 users and be generating a monthly recurring revenue of about $30,000. Now, what's the size of the market? Next. The size of the market is, so there are over 400 million SMEs in the world, and 96% of them use social media. Now, we're estimating that 30% of them all around the world will be able to use this tool. And if we calculate that with our ARPU, our total addressable market is about 35.96 billion. Thank you for listening.
Can we please add 10 seconds to his time in terms of the questions because of the issue with his... 10 seconds, please. So 4 minutes, 10 seconds.
Hi, well done. My key question is, your background is digital marketing, I presume.
Yes.
So do you have a CTO who built this?
Yes, I do.
And what's your CTO's background?
So my CTO has been coding for the last 10, 11 years. So, and it's good in both front end, back end, and also in DevOps.
So what do you say is your moat, right, in terms of HotSuite, Buffer? Many of the big enterprises are already signed up to these providers. So what defensibility do you think you have? Is it pricing? Is it pricing advantage to SMEs? Is it, maybe you said Naira, picking up with Naira payment, but you've seen what Zoho did to Google, right, in our market. Now you see Zoho everywhere. All the big enterprises are moving to Zoho. So how are you thinking about market penetration? So
it's multifaceted, right? So the first is, all these other guys, you need to have a social media team to use Hootsuite. Like, as the founder, you can't be using Hootsuite yourself. Someone has to create the content. But for us, you don't need any team. You don't need a graphic designer. You don't need any other tool. With Postparty alone, you can get your ideas, your captions, and your designs in minutes. Also, when it comes to the pricing, the Hootsuite starts from $99. We are starting from $3 per month. And we're already gaining markets in Nigeria, parts of Africa, and we're already having paying users in the United States.
All right, thank you. You've talked about AI as being one key differentiator when you're looking at competitor. Do you want to share more context on it so that we're sure it's not just AI is in town, so everybody's mentioning it?
So basically, it has a chatbot. Go back. It has a chatbot. So the chatbot can take any request. So when the chatbot takes the request, the chatbot then categorizes the request to know what you are looking for. Then based on what you're looking for, it then creates. So if you're looking for captions, it gives you captions. If you're looking to build a total calendar, it gives you content. So it gives you ideas. So you then select the ones you like. When you select the ones you like, it goes ahead, creates captions for all of them, and creates graphic designs for all of them, and giving you a button to edit them right on the platform. And once you're done, then it takes it, based on data from your social media accounts, it knows the best time to post. So it goes there and schedules them for you automatically.
Which LLM?
So presently, ChatGPT, and we're looking at introducing Anthropic and Meta AI, that's Llama, to see which one works best. So it's like an active, our AI R&D team is like up and running. We are looking for better, faster ways to get this thing done.
Okay. So where is your market for this? Is it local or is it international?
So we are starting local and going international. And like I said, we have users in Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Rwanda. And we also have even paying users in the United States. So we are starting local, but the plan is to go international. And we are registered in Nigeria and also registered in the United States.
Okay. And your monthly recurring revenue right now is what?
So monthly recurring revenue is about $100.
Okay.
So we started the pricing in February. We got $8. Last month, $50. And this month, we have over $100 already. And we're hoping to launch our mobile app next month. And we are sure that once we launch our mobile app, because right now, I mean, even for me, like using it on a mobile phone is not always like as smooth as using on a mobile app. So we're hoping to launch the mobile app next month, and we're hoping to go all out when it comes to marketing once we launch our mobile app.
All right, thank you so much. You have 10 seconds. Would you forfeit or move?
I can't forfeit.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Ibukun Adegbulugbe of Post Paddy. All right, excellent. Now, just to mention that the judges are taking notes in terms of feedback, and we'll do that at the end of the presentation so that nobody has undue advantage. You'd hear all the feedback at the end of all the presentations. The next person who is coming to pitch before the judges still morning, is Valentine Inamani of One Grid Energies.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the available opportunity. Next slide. All right. My name is Valentine Naman. I'm a UNIS and Youth Fellow and an alumnus at Clinton Global Initiative University. I have over 9 years of experience working as a solar engineer. And then also in my team, we have people with knowledge in embedded system and also IoT. Next slide. All right, so what we have is actually a personal problem. One Grid Energy is actually resulted from a personal problem. While growing up, I used candles, I used kerosene lanterns to read at night, and I knew the adverse impact it had in my life because it caused me a lot of eye challenges because we were poor and couldn't be able to afford an affordable solution. And then the idea of solving waste plastic pollution in Nigeria actually resulted from when I was coming back from the market. You know, I fell into a big gutter taller than me, thinking it was the main road because when it rains in Nigeria, most places, it gets flooded. And I was trying to find my way home, and unfortunately, I fell into a very big gutter. And at the time people didn't come to my rescue to save me, I wouldn't have been here today to share my story. So at the end of the day, I was thinking of actually a way I could be able to combine these two problems together, how I could be able to solve electricity problem, light issues, and also be able to solve the waste challenges. And that's actually what gave birth to One Grid Energies. So in Nigeria, as we have in Africa, we have 600 million people that still use kerosene lanterns. You know, we have more than 1 million seabirds that die yearly because of plastic pollution. And this is actually what gave birth to One Grid Energies. Next slide. So what we do is very, very simple. We are trying to revolutionize the recycling and energy industry in Africa. So in order to make the product more affordable, we're able to use waste plastic bottles. And then when your laptop battery gets old, you know, you discard it away. When your laptop battery gets old, you discard it away. So what we do is we take up the batteries, you know, convert them into these solar lanterns you find here. And then we also have a solar charging station, you know, in rural communities. And the reason why we have these solar charging stations is because we are trying to run a business model. We are trying to revolutionize business model in renewable energy. So when we go to rural communities, we set up solar charging stations and give these lanterns to them free. And the reason why is because it's very, very affordable. And so it now turns into a repetitive business model where they need to come and charge the lanterns. Next slide. So the market size currently where we are operating, one of the stations we are operating is in Anyamerem local government in Nigeria, Anambra State. And this is the market size of the whole community. So taking a look at the market size in 2022 and also in 2024, you see the market is growing by 3%, a very large, big market. Next slide. So this is the competition, the competitive landscape. As you see, we have solar home systems, we have one-grid energies, and what we are doing, we are trying to break the affordability gap in energy access in Nigeria, and we are trying to beat what we have in solar home systems. And we also have this after NEPA. It's a locally made lights, touch lights that use non-rechargeable batteries. And by far, we have already displaced a lot of these solutions because when you put a non-rechargeable battery in it, it stays for 3 days and you discard it away. So we have already brought this solution, our current solution that is helping to reduce the usage of this solution. Next slide. So the business model we have is free product plus subscription. We give it out and then they come to charge these products and their other devices. Next. So the marketing and sales, because of due to the type of business model we run, we don't pay to get customers. Customers come to us, right? When we distribute these products to rural community, I wish you'd be there. You see the kind of impact this product is actually having in rural communities and how people adapt to it. You adapt to it regularly. So the customer lifetime value is here already. Next slide. This is our 3-year milestone. This year alone, we are looking at establishing more than 50 solar charging stations. And by 2026, we are looking at generating 250 solar charging stations in Nigeria. And our traction so far, we have been able to save more than $300 for rural women because they no longer use kerosene lanterns. They no longer use other of their products. Next slide. So this is how the lanterns look like. We use waste plastic bottles for them. This is exactly how it looks like. And then we now actually have our upcoming product, which we want to do. And this product, the name of this product is called One Box. So One Box is actually a portable solar generator we want to boot for rural communities. So what do we want to do? It works in hand with the solar charging station, right? So when we give this product out, they need to come back to the solar charging station to charge it. And the reason is because it comes with bulbs, right? You can also power your laptop through it. You can also charge your phone. You can charge your camera. So we want to make rural communities to have, thank you so much. So we want to make rural communities to have this mindset of, lack of access to electricity. We want to eliminate it because if you put these bulbs...
Time up. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. We'll go to Q&A. Q&A first of all, please.
Sorry, so quick one. You make those units out of bottles. Do you create a rechargeable battery? I missed that part. If you go back to your product slide, I just need to understand the full product.
Okay, please, the product slide.
Okay, so
and 30 seconds. All right, I think we're good and back. Fantastic. All right, please can we give a round of applause to the engineering team, technical team. And during Adja's presentation, she said, when we see challenges, they're all opportunities for what? Innovation. So I hope your mind, the wheels of your minds are spinning right now. How can I solve this problem? Please, can we give one more time a round of applause to everyone who's done so far? And I'll hand over back to
All right,
you to
thank you so
continue.
much
Thank
for the
you.
available opportunity. All right, so when your laptop battery gets old, you discard it away, right? When we get it, we revive it, and that's actually what we use to make these products, right?
So you put it is a rechargeable battery
Yes,
inside that small one, and
yes,
also in this one.
yes. The same battery is also used here.
Here,
right?
okay.
Yes.
And in the solar charging station, these ladies are charging all of these units.
Yes, in the solar charging stations, what we do is we employ rural women. They act as solar charging stations. And the reason why we do that is actually for women empowerment, right? Also in the solar charging
They are the better
stations.
people to give this thing.
Yes.
He knows it. Okay, thanks.
Is this assembled? So is this assembled? Where is this assembled? Where is the R&D being done? Yeah, are you coupling things? What's the process like of production?
All right.
From inputs, so from plastic sourcing to batteries sourcing, you get all that input. What are you doing? How are you getting it to the end user? Can you run us through that process quickly?
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. All right, so what we do is, to source these plastics is not difficult, right? Because we wanted to use a 3D design for the lanterns, but at the end of the day, we found out that the plastic makes the product much, much more cheaper, right? So when we go to these rural communities, they have these plastics already packed for us. We don't buy the plastics, right? So when we collect the plastics, we collect the batteries, we assemble it, we are based in Onitsha, Anambra State. This is where we establish our workspace, right? So after designing this product, we take it, we push it to the rural communities, to the charging stations, and it's from there it gets distributed to everyone that need it, right? So this is actually what we do. Currently now in Anambra local government in Anambra State, we have this product impacting more than 2,000 people.
Just to find out now, if the laptop chargers, right, are an essential component for this, what's the sustainability of sourcing this? I'm not aware there are many laptops that just have batteries discarded. So how are you going to keep it going if you were to scale this operation?
All right, so actually the battery waste we have in Nigeria is so high, it's so enormous. But when we get this battery, it goes under testing. It has testing periods before we revive the good ones that are there, right? So it's actually how we operate. Okay. Okay, so what we use in this, when you get a laptop battery, if you open it, you see 6 batteries inside it, and out of the 6, one might not be that good, right? So yes, so what we do in this is a laptop battery make up almost 5 of these lanterns, right? So we use one, but for this,
So one laptop can give you 25 of those small lanterns.
yeah, yes.
Where do you get the laptop?
The laptop batteries, it's sourced everywhere. If it's sourced in the market, anywhere you see laptop batteries.
All right, thank you so much.
And then, sorry, I didn't
no,
talk about
sorry.
this.
No,
All right.
thank you.
All right.
Your
So,
time is up. Valentine. Thank you so much, Valentine Namani. 10 full minutes. Thank you so much. Valentine Namani of One Grid Energies. A round of applause, please, for him. All right, the next contestant, or the next person to pitch the idea to our panel of judges, is Jacob Abiodun of Clay Foods.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Oluwayomife, and I'm the Chief Operational Officer for Clay Foods. All right, let me tell you a little bit about Nana. Nana is a beautiful young lady who has been suffering with obesity, and all thanks to her mom, who was able to manage it with organic food, naturally sourced here in Nigeria. She brought them together, cooked it for her, and Nana became somebody who moved from a size 20 to a size 8 within 3 years. And this is what had bettered Clay Foods. Next slide, please. So we are providing a solution that addresses malnutrition in children, macro and micronutrient deficiency in adults. Next slide. Next slide, please. Our multigrain swallow is used to address these macro and micro issues in adults who suffer from obesity, and obesity is a major cause of cancer, diabetes in adults. And we have this product, which is a swallow that is gluten-free, which are also needed for metabolic activities of the body and also promote good health. We also have our Tom Brown cereals, which we use for children suffering from malnutrition. This recipe, unlike every other locally made brand, was put together after years of research. Clay Food Tom Brown series is an affordable and nutritious alternative instead of cereals from children. Next slide, please. So far, so good. We've been able to generate over 6 million from our pre-launch. We launched back, we test run before the 2020 Corona, but we had to pack up because of the Corona. And in 2021, early 2021, we launched back with our multigrain cereals and went down to Ghana to test our Tom Brown cereals and Miss Children in Ghana. And so far, we've been able to make sales during our pre-launch of 2005. And we produce over 1,005 units monthly, and we have our products in different stores, in 5 different stores within Nigeria. Next slide, please. And we have over 2,000 of our units in different retail stores. Our go-to-market strategy is that so far we've been able to create our online presence. We've built a community online of over 12,000, physically of over 1,000 in Dubai, Ghana, Nigeria, and even in Kenya. And we built this presence, this community, just to, run health coaching for people who suffer from malnutrition, obesity, using our already made multigrain cereals as a means of helping them to mitigate or reduce this obesity problem. And our Tom Brown is sold for 2,000 naira. Our clay grain, our multigrain is sold for 2,000 to next slide. Yes, our competitive analysis. We know we are competing against great competitors in this space, but with our solution, it has lower glycemic index. It is gluten-free, and we have a community, a very large range community, and we have our proprietary recipe, our gluten-free, our Tom Brown and multigrain cereal. Next slide, please. We have impacted over 8,000 women, 4,000 patronized, and we know that through our online presence, we've been able to reach out to more 4,000 women. Through this, we have a total of over 8,000 women that we've been able to reach out to, and we are supporting SDG 2, SDG 8, SDG 3, and SDG 17. Next slide, please. Our team comprises of great men and women with 7 decades of working experience. My name is Jacob Oluwayomife, and the founder of this wonderful industry, Nana Clay. And we have, as you can see on the screen, we have other wonderful people. Fausat Kolawole, who is our CTO. Omolade Olorundare, who is our communications lead. T-Spice, who is our influencer lead. Next slide. Now, to do more, currently our manual process takes us to do about 80 to 100 production per day, but we want to improve, and we are requesting that we, being granted the $2,000, we'll be able to increase our production capacity to 500 units per day. We would be able to have our product in over 20 stores across Nigeria, and in the long run be able to achieve over 40 units of our product to be sold across all channels. Thank you for listening.
Can you run us through the products, the thinking behind the product, right? How did you arrive at this recipe, and what's proprietary about it?
Okay, so the product that we have for the multigrain was what was used to treat Nana when she was having obesity. She was diagnosed with obesity. And like I said, was what helped her to move from a size 20 to a size 8. And that recipe is actually organic. It is product that we know, maize, unripe plantain, and some other products. And like I said, it's a proprietary recipe because the mixture of it was what made it work for her. It's not just like eating those things. We mix them together, make it in form of a packed swallow that you mold and you can eat.
And what's the
other product?
No, I understand it's top brown and the other one.
Yeah, multigrain and top brown.
What stops this product from being in 100 stores today, 200 stores? What's the big hindrance in doing that?
Our production facility is quite low. We could only make 80 to 100 per day. And we want to see that we can expand. Is why we are requesting for this money.
So 80 to 100 per day, and you sell the whole 80 to 100?
In a month, we make...
What's your level of unmet demand?
For now, we are still trying to get things sorted because we have demands across Nigeria. Like I said, we have a very large community. So we are still trying to get things sorted. So locally here in Nigeria, we are still meeting a little bit of our demand, not all, but at least we are meeting a certain amount, let's say about 40% of our demands.
So you know what it means by that? That means if you have every 100 requests,
yes,
you turn down 60 people.
Not like we turn down 60, but for a month, I said we produce 1.5. So in a month, we might not be able to meet. Maybe we have about 2.5 requests. We have to move to the following month before we can deliver.
Okay, yeah. What do you have the necessary regulatory approvals for this?
Yes,
NAFDAC
please. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just again, because it's food, and I understand it is proprietary for you.
Yep.
So are you saying it's just maize, or what grains is it?
Okay, for the multigrain, we have about 6 different food products. We have unripe plantain, we have millet, we have sorghum, we have maize, and I can't remember the remaining 2 now. Then for the Tom Brown, we have 4 different products. Millet, we have maize, we have sorghum, and wheat. Thank you.
So your inputs into the foods, they're all natural?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Locally sourced in line.
Okay. You didn't put Dangote on your competitive. Why? Should be there.
Okay, we'll include that in our next line. Thank you very much.
Very much. A round of applause, please, one more time. Okay, so 4 pitches, 2 more to go. The next person who's coming to pitch their great idea before our distinguished panel of judges is Tolulokpe Olukokun, Think Bikes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tolulokpe Olukokun. I'm happy to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Think Bikes. Our mission is to provide affordable last-mile transportation for small businesses. Next slide. Okay, so by virtue of design, this picture has been mutilated somehow. This is a woman that is transporting tomatoes from farm to the market, and she's on a 2-wheeler. That's a motorcycle. The rider is in front. All our goods in the middle, she's having a baby at the back, and she's sitting behind the wheel. I mean, this is the hustle most women, smallholder farmers go through just to transport their goods. And over 45 million registered by Smidan are facing the same problem in Nigeria alone. And the World Bank also said that our farmers lose 50% of their farm produce due to transportation challenges. This is not poor weather, this is not climate change. Harvesting and moving from point A to point B, 50% is destroyed. And while she was giving a keynote speech, she mentioned something like that as well. How much tomato is lost. So this is a pain point for most farmers, and the one we think we can solve. Also, we lack efficient last mile transportation in Nigeria due to bad roads and a whole lot of it. Then current solution emit a lot of carbon. They are not sustainable. Next slide. Are we able to move? So, we are trying to solve this problem actually by not changing so much in the culture of the people. The next slide is solution slide. And we are manufacturing electric cargo bikes. This will be the first time this is done in Nigeria. It's locally produced, and it's a three-wheeler that has capacity to take about 300 kg between 50 to 100 kilometers at a single charge. This is affordable as well, and we are having different kind of options for our customers. We also have two-wheeler. Next slide, let's go to product slide. Yes, we have different model. Two-wheeler has been added to our fleet right now for logistics and tiny pathways that three-wheeler can apply. The first one is a refrigerator cargo for anything perishable, dairy, pharmaceutical, whatever that needs preservation during transportation. The first one can do it. The second one here is for immediate harvest. You just want to move your goods quickly. It's available and ready. Just move it. Also, we're working with NGO in the north to provide this three-wheeler for the cripple, so they don't beg all their life. They can be, put to active use for logistics purposes. So it's electric as well. The crank is also in the front, and they can also throttle and do deliveries within the community. That's how the NGO wants to actively engage the cripple and those that are paralyzed. Then we also have the one for plastic waste that people take to collect plastic waste from different households for recycling. Moving on. So our value proposition is that this can do so much more for less. Just like, while you were talking about, everything resonated with me, because what we are trying to do is do so much more with little. So this is exactly what we're doing with our cargo bike of 300 kg. I'm from Ibadan, and what we do mostly is Mikra for taxi. So if you see a lot of Mikra, they cannot carry as much as we can carry with these cargo bicycles, and you are using little of the energy involved. And when it comes to price point, you are saving almost 70% in terms of price. Then it's a bicycle, lower to zero maintenance. You don't need license. You don't have to license the vehicle because it's a bicycle. That's why it's pedal. Everything is about affordability and accessibility. Moving on. Next slide, please. Yes, we started in 2020, and we had 18 months of product development. It was hectic. We got help from Siemens in Germany, as well as Israeli company in Abuja. Today, we have products we are selling, and we are happy. We've been recognized locally and internationally. We are happy to be here as well. And also, we are trying to expand to other African countries to offer our services. Next slide. Okay, so we are working on lease to own, which will make our farmers, smallholder farmers, pay at least 10,000 naira per month to be able to own this. We are working on pay-go model for them to be able to pay at least 600 for about a day and some hours to use this. And also, for those, okay, it's a problem. For those that can afford it, it's about 1.1 million naira at once. Moving on. So if we are able to get this grant, we'll use it to, add to more fleets so that our farmers can have more access.
All right, thank you so much.
All
Thank
right,
you,
thank
Think
you.
Bikes. Thank you. It's now time for questions from the panel of judges.
Okay, I'm sure when you said 1.1 million naira, you heard the sigh in the room.
Yeah.
So how are you thinking about efficiencies and material selection or whatever to drive down that price? Because that's the only way it scales. Two is, those same farmers, is there a charging station network that you've built? And then are you assembling? What's the key tech or the key technology or differentiation that you have in this?
Thank you very much. First on the price. If you are to import this today, you'll be paying about $3,000 from China, $6,000 from America, and 6,000 euro or pounds from Europe. So what we have done is put in local content, drive down the cost so much. We got some investment last year. We were able to bargain for more prices. For little. So in essence, we have local materials we are using, but 30% of it is still international. We have to use dollars. We don't produce electric motors here, controllers, and some other things that will make this work. So ultimately, we don't determine the price on that. Foreign exchange is not stable. So the best we have been able to do to drive down the cost is put it below 50% of the cost of importation, considering shipping costs as well as other import duties. Also, we are working on batteries. We are doing second life battery. We've invested a lot to be able to use that at scale. And we're also partnering with some other startups that will be packaging or packing our batteries for us. So that is why the price is. And we are not forcing people to own it. That's why we are bringing up pay-go model. Pay for what you use, drop the bike, and move on. What matters most is you are able to move your goods at a very affordable cost. And again, when you talk about renewable energy product right now, comparing a 2.5 kVA inverter solar system to a 2.5 kVA generator, you are paying more than 3 times the cost of the generator currently. But then, in the long run, you are able to save a lot of money in ROI, and that is how you gain on that. What's the third question, sir? I think. The material. Yeah, well, we are limited by material, especially. We make the frame. We manufacture, we get the frame, this log in 18 feet, we cut them down, the design is ours, we fuse everything together, but we get motors from China and pick everything. But
50,000 done in the last 6 months.
that's not correct. It's lifetime sale so far, and a lot of it has been sold to waste managers, Lagos, Abuja, Belkuta. We have some commercial farmers as well that we have sold to. And that's how they have adopted it. Last year, we were impacted by a Emefiele policy. We couldn't save money for products, so we had a break in production for a long time, which impacted our sales so far. And I don't know if I've answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, run me through the unit economics of this, right? If you're for your markets, the guys you want to market this to, even for the peers you use service, 10,000 for a
that's least to one.
The least to one is 10,000. Okay, run me through the unit economics, and then, if you can, how you've worked out this 10,000 for least to one. What tenor? Because you said 10,000, it's 1.1 million outright. What's the tenor for the?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry, you would not be able to respond to that question. Time is up. Thank you.
I'll find you at the end of the program.
Fantastic. Tolulokpe Olukokun, Think Bikes, thank you. He'll find you. All right. The final contestant, or the person who's pitching her great idea to the panel of judges, is from Xavier Technologies and Software Limited. Let's make welcome Ruby Igwe.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As part of my pitch, I thought to also show, not tell. These are products, and I look forward to sharing today. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, I can start. This is a multi-decade journey, and it started in the minds of our CEO, CTO, Gunnar Denigwe, who grew up pulling things apart and putting things together, and he went to university, at the University of Houston, where he studied mechanical engineering. And one of his passions is to make sure that we have affordable technology, not just affordable, but technology that actually suits the African and Middle Eastern markets. What is particular about the African and Middle Eastern markets? Not just the people, the climate, dust, and then connectivity, for example, when it comes to Wi-Fi and internet penetration, as has so aptly been discussed already. We have been very particular about our research and our development over the past 7 years, and we have secured continent-wide patents that have enabled us to provide a unique product. What is unique about our product? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Our products are sourced from industry-leading manufacturers. So in our research over the past 7 years, we have gone to China, we have gone to Hong Kong, we have gone to Japan, and we have found partners that can, for now, develop the patents and the ideas that we have put together. What are those ideas? Why don't you have a SIM card in your laptop that enables you to access the internet without connecting to the Wi-Fi? We have tested and we have seen that innovation has enabled our products to get you access to internet at 15% faster than connecting to Wi-Fi. We have also designed dust panels that allow dust to be kept out of these products, and then our products are portable and durable in terms of battery life. Next slide, please. So our vision is to become the premier Pan-African technology company, not just for laptops, but for tablets, phones, and any other technology that is available. Next slide, please. So this is us. This is Ugona that I spoke about. Myself and Usa is here, who has spent a lot of time learning about logistics and everything that's going to be required to both get this product for now, from outside the country into the country, as well as distribution. Next slide, please. So these problems are what we're trying to fix, which I've already started to talk about before the slides came up: connectivity, power supply, and dust accumulation in dry seasons. So everyone, we already have competitors. It's not, before I even get to the competitive analysis slide, it's clear. We have Microsoft, we have HP, we even have Zynox here. But these innovations are things that we hope will help us to push the needle in making sure that technologies like laptops and computers are not just affordable, but also have the most utility for the Nigerian and African markets. Next slide, please. So yeah, we have innovative connectivity solutions, power-optimized technology, and this dust-resistant design like I spoke of. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So these are our products. This is the Alpha S the Alpha S product here, and these are the specs. We have Celeron processors, we have i3, and we also have i5 processors as well. Their price point is quite competitive compared to other international products that we find. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we go with our competitive analysis. We have local players like Zynox and Data House Technologies, but for example, Zynox is big, like Dangote, and right now, does not have Xavier's innovative SimTech features or any of the other features that we have already secured continent-wide patents for. We've also got Data House Technologies, another amazing local contender known for affordable laptops, but Xavier differentiates itself as well with superior durability and connectivity options. Third of all, I mean, that's not mentioned here, Nigeria's laptop market is predicted to grow to about $4.7 billion in 2028, so there is also space. There's enough space for even more than us players, and we're quite happy to encourage that innovation. So in terms of international giants, we've got Microsoft, Lenovo, HP, Dell, many more. These global leaders offer a wide range of products, and that is clear. However, we distinguish ourselves because we are limiting ourselves to the Nigerian markets and the African markets, and because we want to address connectivity challenges and prioritizing durability in local conditions. So we want to be able to, like I've experienced many times, I want to go to my village in Zog and put on my laptop and connect to the internet because I have my SIM card, as opposed to using Wi-Fi, which is usually not found in villages. Next slide, please. So we do establish ourselves, as a front runner because of all of these features. So next slide. So this is our target market, and we're proud to say that we've already started to leverage some of the connections and relationships that we have. We've been bootstrapping for quite some time. We've discussed already with public and private practitioners, and we've also sold these laptops. Next slide. Next slide. Have a few seconds. Next slide. So yeah, so this is what we're hoping. We already have the land and we're breaking ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On time, spot on, thank you. Time for questions, please.
Okay, so I find that sometimes us product people, we like to talk about our products like we are talking to each other, not to our customers. Speak to me about why what is dust resistant? How does that help me? Like, I want you to talk about your product in terms that a customer cares about, not what
what technologies would understand. Yeah. Thank you, Ma. Mm-hmm. Okay, so do I start with dust, or is it just dust?
Up to you, Ma. You are the one selling.
Okay, so I'll start with dust, as you so led. Dust is not a computer's friend at all, especially because for a computer to process and run efficiently, things like dust will produce heat and will cause the battery.
Too many words. Give it to me in one sentence. My computer, I get half the lifespan because it's dusty. Like, give it to me in one sentence.
Oh, what you said, Ma. But yes, definitely what you said. Dust is not a computer's friend, and companies outside the continent do not care about that. Here, we are very particular about things that affect Nigeria, so we make sure that our computers are dust resistant. Same for internet connectivity. We understand that most developed countries have Wi-Fi. We really don't have that much penetration, so we have a SIM card LTE, and there are many more innovations that we can't wait to share with you. Thank you for the question.
I know you said your pricing compares favorably. Do you want to give an indication of what that pricing is?
Sure. So we have different variations depending on the specs. So the specs obviously speak to the power of the laptop and what it's able to do.
Starting at how much?
So starting at around 300,000, and then it goes all the way up to, let's say, 500,000, depending on the specs. And it can be more. Right. The more power, the more price.
How many units have you sold in Nigeria in the last 2 years?
So in the last 2 years, we sold less than 200 units. However, we do have purchase orders that we're currently honoring of 50 to 100 units. Okay. Thank you for your time.
All right, any more questions? None? Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ruby Igwe. A round of applause, please, as she takes her seat. Okay, and on that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the formal presentations by all our pitchers. Can we please give them a round of applause? It takes a lot of courage and guts to sell your idea. So please, as they've come up on stage, can we really celebrate them? We thank you very much, MM Atta of Didactic, Ibukun Adegbulugbe of Post Paddy, Valentine in a man. You don't get tired of clapping yet. Of One Grid Energies, Jacob Abiodun of Clay Foods, Tolulokbe Olukokun of Think Bikes, and Ruby Igwe of Xavier Technologies and Software Limited. Now, all 6 have pitched, but only one will walk away with $3,000 as our winner of today's pitch and grant competition. Who do you think is going home with the grand prize? You know, Nigeria, we're a country of faith, people of faith. And so even if you didn't pitch, you want to win. It reminds me of the Bible passage that says, you may not see wind or what your valley shall be. Is that the faith here? Is that I may not pitch or have an idea, but the $3,000 is what? Is mine. Give yourself a round of applause. They are very well full of faith. But today, only one of the 6, except maybe an extra $3,000. But, nothing is impossible with God. Absolutely. So we're looking forward to the grand announcement in the course of today's conference. And are you not just inspired by the ideas presented today? And that's one of the main thrusts of today's conference. We want you to go home and think, like, this person that came, does he have 2 heads? Does she have 3 heads? It's the same way and the same 24 hours that they have. And so look for problems around you. And unfortunately, Nigeria has a lot of problems. So you can actually find ways to innovate and things so that next year, and I'm sure the prize money might even double, you will also be on stage pitching your idea for the grand prize. Please can we celebrate Innovate, the Innovate team, for a truly innovative conference. Thank you so much. And now we're going to invite on stage one of our partners for this year's conference to give us a demonstration, a presentation. And he's one of our judges as well. So please clap really loudly for him. You know why. But I'm not saying anything. Please let's make welcome the MD of Credit Direct Limited, Chukuma Wanze, for a brief presentation. Let's maintain the applause until he gets on stage. We appreciate our partners. We appreciate our judges. They've taken time out of their busy schedule to be with us here on a Saturday, so please let it be very loud. Let them experience our appreciation. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. Okay, so it's not so much of a presentation, and I really would have given this time for, if I'd known, I would have given time for the guy speaking to take maybe 5 minutes of my time. Okay, so I work in an organization called Credit Direct. We're very excited and very proud to be co-sponsoring this event. At the heart of what we do, innovation is at the center of everything that we do. Interestingly, we have a program similar to this that we call Innovate Fest. So when I was told, there's a program here called Innovate, I said, this sounds like an appendage to what we do. And I think very similar outcomes is what I've seen compared to what we experience at our organization. Really inspiring ideas. This is the solution to Jackpot, where people who are within our spheres can think of solutions that have impacts on us. And I don't know how many of you listened to Adia's extremely brilliant presentation. It should stir our minds, to think locally, have a global mindset. But I can tell you for free, the Nigerian market is really huge, right? So I hear everyone, like Olumide will say, these guys are professional pitchers. Everyone is saying, there's something in Kenya, Rwanda. It's great to go to Ghana, Rwanda, Kenya, but I think there's a lot in the Nigerian market that we should try and explore. And at Credit Direct, that's what we look to do, provide credit to individuals and businesses, to ensure that the economy keeps moving. I would like to say this as I give you all the rest of my time. Let's keep the Nigerian dream alive. And I'm not saying this to be a patriotic guy. It's because the market is even here, right? I say this in credit. If you can find a credit company that has 2 million customers, that, in terms of the profitability it will spew out, is unbelievable. I mean, I'm sure, you know what Adia does. You're looking at 80 million customers. That's the size of maybe 4 or 5 European countries put together. But that's a customer base for one company. So the Nigerian opportunity is huge. And I need us to put that context, have that context in mind every time we think. I'm really inspired by some of the products I've seen. And all that kept on resonating in my mind is, how do these guys get to scale? You know, our market is somewhat unique. We have the 1%, some of those who are sitting in front, who, but you see, I don't know how many tiers we have, but there's almost an opportunity to sell to a substantial population any product or service within this country and make potential unicorns out of it. So I'll say to you guys, don't come here interested in the intelligence of the pitch. And to the guys who have pitched, it's easy to pitch. Once you have a bit of reason and you do beautiful slides, you can pitch. The real work is excellence in execution, right? A lot of the guys have the mindset of, oh yes, once we pitch, they give us $50,000, we'll blow a bit. That's not the whole idea of a meeting like this. There's a huge opportunity to impact the economy, to create personal wealth, and indeed create wealth for people outside this context. I think there's an example Adia gave. When we set up businesses, not just to meet our needs, but how many ancillary services or ancillary businesses are we able to bet? If we are looking for that $1 trillion economy like the current administration prays we get to, or if we are looking for an economy that is not crying every day on dollar or non-dollar, as we execute our ideas, we need to think scale, we need to think sustainability. We need to think the going concernedness cannot be compromised. So to young founders, guys who are professional pitchers, let's have sustainability at the back of our minds. And the more we have businesses, the more we have products that answer these Nigerian specific problems, it then becomes easy for you to scale beyond Africa, beyond, the Western world, and then, the sky becomes the starting point. So with that, I'll say thank you. Credit Direct is really excited to be here. I'm sure we'll be here again next year, and well done, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Innovate 2024 is truly grateful for your support and partnership. Can we please celebrate him as we celebrate all our other partners who've ensured that today is a reality? And of course, our headliners, Crosspoint Church, we really, really thank you. Can we please give them a round of applause? We really, really appreciate the work, the effort that's gone into producing such an excellent and much needed event. We'll take a 10-minute recess whilst the judges deliberate as to who would emerge winner. By the way, a slight correction, we have 2 people who will be going home today with cash prizes. Well, actually, all of them. I mentioned that no one will be going away empty-handed. Well, the first prize is $2,000. We also have a first runner-up with $1,000. So that's how the $3,000 is going to be split. And then each other person who's here, who's pitched, will get 20,000 naira voucher for coming on, and we're really grateful for that. Can we please celebrate Crosspoint and, of course, Innovate 2024 for this? And also, like I mentioned, we're going to be having a competition. Very simple, I promise. On-site and online, and 2 people, one person who is physically here and one person who is watching online. By the way, the online audience have been, some of them, you would think they were judges. It's easy to be typing, I like this one, this idea. The way that judge asked that question is like me. Please, can we celebrate them and give them a round of applause? Thank you for engaging with us, and thank you for participating. One person online gets to win 25,000 naira. One person on site gets to win 25,000 naira when the quiz comes up. So who's going to win that? That one now you can say me. Who's going to win the 25,000 naira on site? Hey, love it. And who's going to win it online? Please type in the comments. Let's see that. So 10 minutes time, we'll be back. That's exactly at 12, shall we say 1 p.m.? 12:58. Please be here, and then we'll kick off at that time. Is that okay? All right, fantastic.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine,
By the way, when we return, we will be having a session with Mr. Lumide Shoyombo, and he'll be speaking practical tips, funding transformational organizations. Why, how, where? That's a session you want to be in. So see you nice and early, 12:55. Let's be seated so we can start right on time. Thank you.
If you feel like happiness is the truth, because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got, don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. The room on lock, the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well you already know. So just imagine, just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel a good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't it, so don't stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move where you already know, so just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance. Feel a good creeping up on you, so just dance. Come on, all those things I shouldn't do, but you dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Can't stop the feeling, so just dance. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance. I can't stop the feeling, so keep dancing. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance. Feel the good creeping up on you, so just dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say, got this feeling in my body. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Wanna see you move your body. Got this feeling in my body. Down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Come on. I can't stop the.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please begin to make our way to our seats? We're going to be starting in less than 2 minutes. Can I please ask that we kindly ask those who are outside to make their way in so we can begin the next session. Again, we're going to be going into a session facilitated by Olumide Shoyombo, and he'll be speaking on funding transformational organizations, why, how, and where. Following that, we will then be gradually moving into that point where we host that competition with a chance to win 25,000 naira here and one person online 25,000 naira. We'll also be participating in an important panel discussion. We have distinguished panelists here who are going to be doing justice to the conversation at hand, so we encourage you to please stay back. And of course, the moment many of us are waiting for, who will be walking away with a grand prize of $2,000. At the end, we will be announcing the winner and the winners, because every one of you who pitched are winners this afternoon. And very importantly, we have recruiters on ground. We've often talked about opportunities for jobs. We have some recruiters here who will potentially be recruiting people live here. Please make sure that you stay back and listen and perhaps pitch your own ideas and see if one of them will be willing to hire you on the spot. Okay, so we have 24 seconds more to go. Can we please take our seats so that we can proceed? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time. Please take your seats. We're starting in a few seconds. If you're online, you can rush back from the kitchen, the bathroom, anywhere you've gone to continue watching and participate in today's conference. Thank you. Okay, thank you all as you take your seats. I will be introducing formally our facilitator for the next session. Thank you. Thank you all. All right. Thank you. We're going to be taking our next session now, and the topic is funding transformational organizations. Why, how, and where. How many of us have ever sought funding for our solutions before? Or for an idea, a business? How many of us? How many people? How many people got turned down? Don't be shy. Okay, thank you for being bold. Some people get turned down like 10 times before they finally, in fact, even more. But the whole idea is that today we're able to address that. And if there's someone who knows how to and what he's looking for, particularly as an investor himself, then he's the man for the job. So please permit me to give you a full bio of our next facilitator. He's a key stakeholder in the African technology and startup space with nearly 2 decades of experience in building and managing successful businesses and investing in high-impact projects and startups. He is widely recognized for his expertise in strategic partnerships between tech innovators, technological entrepreneurship, and private capital. As co-founder at Blue Chip Technologies, he leads strategy, implementation, and projects, working to build the company into a tech industry leader. His vision and leadership have been instrumental in driving the company's success and positioning it for long-term growth and profitability. Today, Blue Chip generates $60 million in annual revenue with offices across 9 major European and African cities. You people don't like money in this hall, because I thought you would really clap, to that. In addition to his work at Blue Chip, he is the founder of Voltron Capital, one of Africa's most prolific venture capital firms. Under his guidance, Voltron has invested in companies with a combined valuation exceeding $5 billion, driving transformative innovations and ideas in Africa by bridging the gap between the startup stage and market dominance through funding and structural support. He has invested in many of the leading tech startups in Nigeria, including Paystack, exited at $200 million, Piggyvest, Brass, TeamApt, Mono, Trove, Lemonade, and over 90 others. His keen sense for identifying potential is evident in his track record as an investor. He serves on the boards of Lagos Angel Network, Lagos Innovated, and numerous other organizations known for their significant contributions to the African technology ecosystem. In all of his work, he remains committed to pursuing excellence and strategic impact, inspiring others to do the same. His contributions to the African technology ecosystem have been invaluable and nothing short of transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome to the Innovate 2024 stage, Olumide Soyombo, tech entrepreneur and investor.
Hello. Sometimes when they start reading your profile, you sit down there and start wondering, is it me? Is it me they are talking about? So I've been tasked with speaking on funding transformational organizations, when, how, and where. And the conversation would have two sides. So the investor's lens, I guess there's some few investors in the room, and the founder's lens, right? How do they match? Because I've had this unique opportunity of receiving investments from, even though it was family and friends, and also then investing in other companies. Okay, so we'll start out with a little bit about me and what I've done. I has already started that process, so I'll make it quick. But I'll tell you my why and how I started my journey. There'll be the bull case for investing in Africa and getting started. So what we won't do today, there'll be no prescriptive nonsense. So no aspire to perspire to Maguire. I went to a conference like this once, and one of the attendees was like, "Sir, please give us one final nugget." I'm like, "What would that do for you? How would that build your business?" "I'll give you my number, and I'll do that today. I'll leave my email, and that will be, if you have a problem, you can reach out." And that's really how things get done, not by perspire and aspire. The best help you will get will be practical. Okay, so we won't lie to ourselves. I'll share my story, and I believe in learning that story or in hearing from my story. Like Adia said, you can learn from other people's experiences and then build your story from there. Okay? So a little bit about me. This was me in 2008. There was no belly there. But I started out Blue Chip Technologies in 2008, so about 16 years ago. I was 23, going on 24 at the time. And the whole idea was to build a data warehouse and business intelligence firm that would build out software for most of the banks and telcos. My background was systems engineering and business and IT. And I have a partner, Kazim, and we set out to build out this firm to do this. But the key thing, like you'll find out, is you have this interesting idea, you want to build this, but how do we fund it? And I was lucky that I had a father who could fund my business. I'm sure many of the members of Crosspoint Church, Ladiko might have used my dad in many examples in preaching. My dad actually gave me 5 million naira, but he took 50% of the company. So my own father took 50% of my business. But just to teach you that there is no free lunch anywhere, right? That if you are going to earn this thing, I will make you sweat for it. And we paid it back, I think, in about a year. And he took that 5 million and gave my other brother and took 50% of his own business. But then in 2014, we took some money out of Blue Chip in profit takings to start investing in an accelerator. So the whole idea was we'll call users, call for entries from different entrepreneurs, listen to them, and then put them in front of bigger investors in 3 months. Only that in 2014, 2015, those days where you could invest 50K for 15%, 50K USD for 15% in businesses, in 3 months, in a demo day session, there was nobody to invest or follow on investments in those companies, so you had to invest again. So we quickly saw the accelerator model didn't work, and so we started investing ad hoc in different companies, so sort of portfolio investing. And then that led us to forming Voltron Capital as a venture fund that then invests our money alongside funds from other investors into other companies. So pre-Voltron, I'd been privileged to back some interesting companies, SpaceStack, Piggyvest, and the like, Mono. And with some of those successes, many folks started saying, the funny thing about success, right? Success begets success. So once you are successful, people say, "Hey, the next time that you are investing, I have money, come and carry me along." And then that was really what birthed Voltron. And then we ended up investing our money into some of the very, very interesting companies that you can see here today. So today I'll talk about that journey, what investors look for, what founders should be doing, and the Africa case, right? That will be the whole idea today. Why we should still stay here and not Jackpot. Africa will define the future. Many people say this, and I remember the whole Africa Rising narrative. There's one thing to say, there's another thing to live it. And we'll see why, and we'll see why the data points to how Africa will define the future. So think about this for a second. Africa has sustained GDP growth of 4% in many of the countries in the continent. 400 is the number. Africa already has over 700 companies with revenues over $500 million, and 400 with revenues over $1 billion. So it's still day one for us, right? We are just getting started, and we are achieving some of these numbers. Africa is home to 6 of the world's fastest growing economies. Explosive population. 2.5 billion people. In 2050, Nigeria will be the 3rd most populous country in the world. in 2050. Many people here would be still below 50, I guess. And think about that for a second. If you can think about 1999, right, you can think about 2050. It's almost here. Would be the third most populous country in the world, median age below 20, and a young, vibrant population. Those people will be living in cities. I always tell the story of how I was lucky that I used the internet for the first time when I was 12 or 13. But a bank MD today probably didn't use the internet till he was 32, 35. Many people in this room today were born with the internet, right? So you use the internet from day one. You give my young daughter an iPad and she's already playing with something, or give a 5-year-old your iPad and has gone to the app store to buy something. Do you think that child, is, when they get to 21, is going to walk into a bank to open a bank account? Hell no. They're going to do everything first. If I think I'm hungry today, the first thing I do is to think, and there's no food at home, I call my driver to go and buy something for me. But a millennial wouldn't do that. A millennial will go online and order first. It's their first nature. So think about the number of people who will be living in cities, right, in 2050. The number of young people who are internet first and who need digital solutions and who need to build solutions for their lifestyle. Those are the people that you need to target. So you are not building for Africa today. And I tell people when they talk about, hey, Olumide, Africa is this, exchange rate is 1.6. What are you still doing investing in Africa? And I tell people that if you think of Africa today, then you shouldn't invest in Africa. If you think of Nigeria today, you shouldn't invest in Nigeria. If you think of the macros today, then you shouldn't invest. But those things would in the long term, exchange rate is not going to be 1.6 forever. In the long term, if we get certain things right with our policies and with our population, then the magic can happen. Expanding opportunity. Africa's $180 billion economy is meant to grow by $712 billion by 2050. Think about that for a second, right? Almost fourfold. Africa will have 636 million smartphone connections by the end of 2022. It was achieved. Google estimates that Africa has at least 700K professional development age of 20. How do we build Africa and Nigeria to be the next outsourcing hub and the workforce of the future, right? Population growth and aging populations in the West means that we will be the workforce generation, and see what India has done with that and how do we do that here. So I tell every single person who can learn to code that they should learn to code. I always tell the story of Daniel, which is a story I'm very, very proud of. Daniel was a waiter that I met in Ikoyi, in a restaurant. And Daniel had never used a computer before, only the computer that I used to taking out orders in the restaurant. But he spoke with such a clear diction and courage. And I said, hey, dude, what school did you go to? And he said he studied civil engineering, HND. I asked him if he had used the computer before. He said no. But he said he liked math. That math was one of his favorite subjects. And I think that day maybe Ladikwa was praying somewhere, so I was in the spirit. And I said, I'll pay for a program for you. It costs about 3 million naira. They'll give you a laptop and a meal a day, and you'll learn how to code. Daniel was earning about 50,000 naira at the time as a waiter. I said, you will have to resign your job. But I'll pay you a stipend of 30,000 naira, so you understand sacrifice. And Daniel quit his job, and he went to study at Semicolon in Yaba. Daniel graduated in 2022. Today, Daniel works for a Y Combinator-backed company and is earning over 15 times what he was earning as a waiter. So one Daniel and an opportunity to learn has changed the trajectory of a family and of a young man. So how do we scale that? And the future looks like 700,000 Daniels, looks like 1 million Daniels, looks like 20 million Daniels. And that's how change starts to happen within Africa. Startup funding raise, although that graph is tending downwards in our current climate, but it won't remain so forever, right? Nigeria still becomes a prime destination for funding. Even in this funding winter, we are still raising a significant amount of capital coming into Nigeria. I don't know where, okay. Nigeria still has the largest count of unicorns on the continent, although some people might have dropped from this unicorn list, but you get the point. And what have we seen? Investing in Africa in the last 10 years has been quite productive and has been quite rewarding. I list some companies that we've invested in. I'm sure if you think about, I blocked out their names, but I'm sure some people can figure out which company is which. A payment processor that we invested in 2016, 4 years after we exited, and we exited at 20x. Innovate fintech platform, invested in 2020, exited in 2022 over 30x. So think about 30x for a second, right? If you invested 10,000, that's 300K. Digital investment platform, 2018, exited in 2021, 70x. And a very, very interesting fintech platform that we invested in 2016 and did a partial in 2023 at 450x. These are the good sides of the story, though. The ones that die, we don't talk about them. Because, funny enough, when companies die in Africa, we don't talk much about them, right? You just find out that the guy is working in Zenith Bank or GT Bank. I'm like, this guy, where's the money I gave you? I thought we were building together. The guy has moved. But yeah, these are the kind of interesting things that happen when you back entrepreneurship and back interesting companies out of Africa. Because we are in a very, very interesting and unique time, but we don't tend to appreciate what we are experiencing when we are going through it. There's a tendency to always shout that Messi was not better than Pele, right? Because you don't appreciate Messi today. When he goes, you probably would. And there's also that happening even in venture and business. We don't tend to understand and experience and appreciate what we are doing in this market. Who here was writing code before 2016? Anybody? Run a business here before 2016 that had to do anything online? Very, very interesting. Because in 2016, before 2016, 2015, to receive payment, if you were building a website, you would have to pay 150,000 naira to InterSwitch to connect you to WebPay, and you work with the engineers for over 2 years, or for over 2 weeks, before your platform comes online, before you can even receive payments online. Today, everybody in this room didn't go through that process. It was just, 7, 8 years ago. Today, you cut with a few lines of code from Paystack or Flutterwave, you can start accepting payments online. That's the power of innovation. That's the power of market-creating innovation that can lower the barrier of entry and that can then create wealth for several people. Many companies today would not exist without some of those platforms. And that's what people then build on top. So it's very, very easy to not understand that we are privileged to be able to back interesting companies at this time. We are privileged to be able to build fundamental companies that will change the face of, that will power digital growth and that will power the economies of Africa. So Paystack built, that problem is solved. But Shola had the opportunity and the unique timing to be able to build a transformational company. If you had come 5 years after, too late, someone else has done it. So there's another problem to solve. So which problem are you going to be solving that can deliver such a return? 82% of startups still report difficulty accessing funding. I'm sure we've seen that even in the pitch competition and people trying to pitch and trying to get the attention of investors, right? So let's go about getting started. Getting started from building and getting started from investing. So I always say that many folks think, like even the guys who pitched here today, there's a tendency to think you are doing a favor or you are begging, quote unquote, for money. You are not. It's an exchange of value. If I don't think that you can return my money, I wouldn't invest in you. So you are not begging for money. It's an exchange of value. And so it takes two to tango, the investor lens and the founder lens. But many folks don't understand, and many founders don't understand, what do investors look for? An investor is not investing because he likes you, or he likes the look of your face, or you're from the same hometown. The investor is looking to make a return, at least a good one. So you need to understand what investors look for and what should founders be doing, okay? To build a business is hard. So I'm asking again, are you sure you want to do this? Everybody that pitched here. Like if you don't really, it's time, there's still time to get out. Because it's hard and it's lonely. And investing in businesses too is hard. Because you lose your money too. Somebody will carry your money and go to Ghana and chill with baddies. Investing is also hard. So two people are doing two hard things. And magic happens when people are dedicated to doing that. So I always tell entrepreneurs, right, that the easiest thing is not to come here. Because when you come to this dark side, there's no going back. So are you sure you want to do this? Okay. Everyone thinks about the same thing, right? Even founders also. That, hey, if I start this business like this, if only 10 people come on the first day, or you think, someone says I should go and learn how to sell singlets. There are 150 million men in Nigeria. If only 1% buy one singlet, I've made it. That's what you tend to see, right? And that's what people believe. And even investors, there are already some investors like, I know if I invest like this and I count only in 5 years. It's why till today, Ponzi schemes still work so much in Nigeria. You can call a company Ponzi.com and people will still sign up. Because they will believe it's not in their own time that the thing will crash. And people will sign up because they feel that they are the master investors. Even with what we are saying with our currency, my cook has Binance. I was like, what are you doing with Binance? And he was trading with he was buying dollar at $100 until the thing crashed and he was complaining. But when he's thinking about investing, he's not thinking of the downside. He's only thinking about what he can make. I'm actually telling you to do so, and that's what I tell investors. So as an investor in Africa, you become an evangelist, right? And I say, hi, you're telling me to invest in people I don't know. Many times, investors do invest in people they don't know, but they get to know them during that process. And so they get to know who you are, what you stand for, and what you do. I'll get into that shortly when I talk about what founders should be doing. So which of these two people would you bet on if two of them walked into your room? Is it remote, Pastor Remote? There's always in vision. What are investors doing? An investor is backing the founder. Simple. That's the first thing that I see, and the first person I see. So the bet of every investor is a bet on the founder. Full stop. And an investor is saying to himself or herself, what risk have you taken on yourself before you ask me to take a risk on you? Right? I see some folks trying to build, and they say, hey, I'm still working in GT Bank, but when I acquire my first 100 customers, I will leave. And then you're pitching to me that I should invest in you. You're not ready to take a risk on yourself. And then you're saying I should take a risk on you. So investors bet on founders who can take risks on themselves, and founders who have invested in themselves, right? So what subject matter expertise do you have, right? What lessons have you learned in building? I've backed several companies that have failed before, right? But I backed the entrepreneur again when he was building something else because I liked the fact that he had even gone through that failure and he had learned from that failure. So every investor is looking at the founder, right? So the key things the investor is asking from the founder perspective is, who are you? What have you done before? What have you built? What's your thought process in building? And how are you thinking about this market? So when I go through decks, right? So I see a deck I like, or I see a problem that I like. I say, okay, let's pitch. Pitch to me. And when the person is pitching to me, I say, keep the deck away, right? Because everything that is in that deck will not happen, right? The best work of fiction is in Excel sheets and business decks, because everything there would not happen. I talk about going through the airport, and I saw this new airport, right, Terminal 2. I think it was closed for a while. The new terminal at Lagos, at the Lagos airport. And as I was walking through the terminal, I saw a restaurant called Wimpy. I don't know how many people have seen that restaurant. And it was empty because the terminal was closed, because I think the terminal was too small, so large planes couldn't turn in that terminal. But I can imagine when that founder was building that business, the founder would have said, hey, this airport has 300,000 traffic a day. If only, again, 2 people or 2% pass through that place. And then the airport was closed. So what can that founder do, right? So that founder might decide, hey, I can start cooking out from another kitchen and bring in here. I can start doing innovative things. It stopped being about the business. It started to be about the founder's thinking process and how the founder is able to pivot, how the founder is able to be malleable, how is the founder teachable, right? I've always said, in hindsight, looking back at many of the companies I've invested in, many times the companies that have ended up failing have been from founders who were not teachable. Founders who believe that, we know this thing, this is my market. What are you coming to tell me? I'm not saying I know your market more than you. Clearly you do, but I know some things about other things that you might not know, and you should be open to listening, right? So you should be stubborn about your vision, no doubt, but you should be open to listening to new perspectives that can get you. And every single time I've bet on a founder that is not teachable, I've lost money. Adia knows one of them. An investor is also looking at, what does this product do? This is an Apple Watch now, is it not? It's a watch on Apple. But which one would you wear? How is this product different? And what need does it address? Interestingly, and many, many times, and looking at many of the businesses here today, what you start out with is not what you would most likely end up with. So your product today is most likely going to be very, very different from your products, or even your business or your offering in a couple of years. Josh, from one of the co-founders of PiggyVest in this room, but it didn't start with the PiggyVest problem. They were building out Push CV. I don't know how many people used Push CV in those days. But they had a very, very unique way of saying we'll pre-screen candidates before we match them. But then interestingly, when you're in that business, in other businesses, when you solve a customer's problem, what do? They come back, right? But in the recruitment business, when you solve a customer's problem, they go. But then they go and then they start thinking about financial discipline or what they need to do. And then obviously there was this New Year tweet, and you have PiggyVest today. So it's what need does your product address? Be very, very open to the fact that what you have started with as your core product would not likely be that core product at the end, or be the big money spinner. There's a company today called Number. How many of you know Number? Formerly called Kudi. But what they started out with was a chatbot. So they started with a chatbot for you to buy airtime, for you to pay your bills. But it was very, very quick. So it was a Facebook chatbot. Boom, boom, boom. You've gotten airtime. And they started setting key trends and getting key spikes in volumes in certain markets. What was happening? Someone with the chatbot was using it as a way to buy credit for people and dispense credit to people. And it became an agency banking business from there. So what you started out as your product, very, very likely would not be what you end up with. So you should be malleable to such a product offering at the end. But the key thing still becomes, what need does it address? Does it solve a key need? I was talking to one of our friends who is an investor, and he said they're a global investor, at maybe over $100 billion under management. a US investor. And he said, when he looks at problems in the US or in Europe, the key thing he's asking himself when the founder is speaking to him is that, is this a real problem, right? Like you've seen a US founder pitching. Like what you're pitching to me, is it a real problem? Do people really care about putting their dogs in hotels or hotels for dogs or vitamins for dogs? Is this a real problem? But in Africa, the problems he sees are real. Palpable, real problems, even just driving down the road. In healthcare, in logistics. You can feel even in this room, you could be a felt problem here today now. The mic was doing to. Problems everywhere. Adia said that Nigerians have solved more problems at 9 a.m. before anywhere. You wake up, there's problem. Why should I be calling my steward that they should pump water? Why? Some things should just work. And so, how do we solve those key real problems are what we see in Africa. And that's really the unique opportunity for entrepreneurs in the room. How are you describing your product? Everybody used to say it's like Uber. Once you start telling me something is like Uber, I'll just be going. But interestingly, if you study markets a lot, right, you can draw several parallels between different emerging markets and our market. So I study India a lot, right, and I study Latin America. And you find out that certain companies have to exist in every market. Whether we like it or not, $1 billion company will be built in the e-commerce space. Digital banks already exist. An edtech $1 billion company will be built. So they are probably 7-10 years ahead of us. So if you want to see what Nigeria looks like in 7 to 10 years, look at what India looks like today and what kind of companies are being built. If you look at MoneyPoint, it's the same thing as Paytm. If you look at ULesson, Byju's, you can draw certain parallels, Nubank, PiggyVest, and the like. You can draw certain parallels between many of those companies and what's happening here. And you can start thinking of those kind of products that need to exist. So what's your total addressable market? Is it the Naira Marley, Bugwero crowd? Or is it an Asha that is niche, or they have money, like the people in this room, I think? And you need to decide what markets you want to target. So there's this saying that we say in venture, that there is a gap in the market doesn't mean that there's a market in the gap. Because something solves a problem for people, or one or two people, doesn't mean that there's a business to be made out of it, right? Because I like a product and one person is ready to pay for it, doesn't mean that it's bankable or sustainable. And there's a thing about entrepreneurs, right? We say, look at, especially in Africa, you say, look at many untapped markets. There are many untapped markets. But there's a reason it's untapped. People saw the problem and left it now. Is it you that has 2 heads that you think you can go and solve the problem? So there are some markets too, and there are some problems that you should just leave. Somebody else will solve this problem. Let me focus on the one I can do. But you need to think about your market, right? Because even if you're a beautiful entrepreneur, you're a solid entrepreneur, and the market is not there or is not ready, you cannot grow your market, right? So you need to think about, and you can see that coming out from the judges to the people who pitched this. Really, how big can this market be? Let's assume you capture 100% of the market, right? What is really the size of it? Because as an investor is betting for outsized return, right? If I was looking for a moderate return or looking for other risk-averse things to do, I'll keep my money with the bank or give it to Credit Direct to lend to people. But if you're looking for outsized return, then it has to be in large markets. And that's what investors in venture scale companies are looking for. But then I say all that to say that it's not every company that has to be venture backable, right? It's not every company that should take investment from people. There are many companies that our parents built, and their sole purpose was to send us to school. After the company has sent everybody to school, they closed the company, right? So selling companies, not everybody is built for venture scale. And the problem usually happens when people have taken money bidding for venture scale and they can't deliver venture return, and then stories that touch start. So there are many do's and don'ts for many people in the room. I think you will find this useful. You need to make a list of the folks you want to reach out to. Who are the investors that have invested in similar businesses like this? Reach out to those founders and reach out to them to reach out to introduce you to that investor. What stage do they invest in? What are their criteria? What do they like? And so on. And that's how you build out you build out that list of people that you can talk to. Because what usually happens is you have a great product and there's a wrong investor matching. Right? So there are some companies here today and you're pitching to a venture capital firm with $10 billion under management and you're trying to raise 50,000 and you wonder why they're saying no. Of course they will say no, you're too small for that. So you need to find the right investor matching and sing the song that the investor needs to hear because the investor is already listening out for your voice. So you need to find investors that are already listening out for your voice in terms of the kind of things they like to fund and the kind of founders they like to fund so that you don't get rejected like this. This is a tricky one because many startups would say, I need to sign an NDA or you need to sign an NDA before I pitch to you. I'm like, no way, right? Because ideas are a dime a dozen. How are you going to execute is really what's going to be the different thing. And have you thought about it? There's many times that you think you have an idea, all of a sudden everybody has the same idea because you are now aware of it. The idea has always been there, it's you that didn't get to it. Or you buy a car and all of a sudden you are seeing the car everywhere. It's you that was not aware of the car before, it has always been there. So most investors will not sign an NDA because they see different companies that can decide not to back you, right, for one reason or the other, and back another founder building the same thing. And then they'll go and drag me on Twitter that I stole somebody's idea. But then you also, I think, if you've done the right search and you've done the right due diligence, you shouldn't be pitching to investors that you are worried that you need an NDA from. Because even if he signs that NDA, if he's a bad faith actor, he will still do a bad faith work, right? And even though you sign an NDA, and so. I always say you should have the right legal representation. This is very, very important. I've seen founders give away their business, right, to an uncle for 70-80% without share buyback option. And they've had the wrong legal representation. But the guy is looking for 5 million naira at the time. At that time, he feels that that 5 million is all that they would need. And then he's ready to give everything, even if it's 90% of the business, right? Founders are very merchants of optimism. So they want to build. Like, I just want to get this money and build. That's all the founder is thinking about. I want to get this money and build and forget about fundraising. And then all of a sudden, the business is now doing very, very well. The founder is the one working on the business day and night and owns only 10% of that business. What do you think that founder is going to do? Right? The founder is going to be disgruntled. And at some point, the founder will start a side hustle. So it's not even in the investor's best interest to take that kind of equity in a business because you would find out that down the line, the founder leaves the business to do something else. And if the founder is smart enough, he or she would indeed leave that business to do something else that they have a better return on. So always have the right legal representation, no matter how well you think that you have read the agreements or you understand the process. Always know your business, right? And I saw some founders come through. If I wake you up in the morning at 5 a.m. and I ask you about your unit economics, how much does it cost you to make, how much do you sell, you should be able to tell me your business, right? I can understand your business and your market more than you. So you should be able to know your business and know the key things about your business so you eat, sleep, and drink that business. So investors invest in founders that know their business. Not founders that splurge money that they invest in them. So I tell people that when you see TechCrunch or Tech Cabal, XYZ has raised money, in Yoruba you should be saying, Peleo, because now the onus is on them to build. It's a burden, right? Taking money from people is a burden if you intend to spend it wisely anyway. If you intend to run away with it, then maybe it's not a burden on you. But if you intend to deliver a return, it's a burden. It's a burden that you need to return money on. Before you took money, you were okay. If you had failed, you dust your CV and go and work at GT Bank. But now you are taking people's money. And we've seen bad faith actors, bad experiences with founders who've taken money and gone ahead to splurge it. Or I invest in a company, and the next 2 weeks, the guy has bought a new car. And you're wondering, hope it's not my money that... Of course it's your money. What do you think is happening there? So, not those type of founders. Investors are not looking for those type of founders. No matter what it is, right, you always need to give updates to investors. Even investors that liked your business and probably didn't invest, if you keep on giving them updates, there might be some update that catches their attention and they say, hey, let's have another conversation. And there's this tendency for people who have taken funding or built businesses to say, hey, it's not working this month. Let me wait 1 more month. Things will get better, right? Again, you must be an incurable optimist to be an entrepreneur. Just one more thing. If only this thing can work, and then you wait till the next month, it doesn't get better. Oh, one more thing. And before you know it, 6 months have gone by, you have not given an investor an update. Meanwhile, if you had given an update to that investor, maybe the investor might have an insight or an introduction to make that might even help you solve that problem. So keep the update coming, even if it's positive, even if it's negative. Make sure you always keep the updates coming. I see my time is up, so I'm done. When you receive that funding, remember me and show me excess love. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Was that not insightful? Practical, real, and very funny. I wonder who did the presentation and got the pictures, honestly. But I think it's important for us to take 1 or 2 questions because it is a masterclass. Do we have 2 people who would like to ask a question? Okay, so 1 male, 1 female, we balanced it. Can we please get a microphone to them? Please keep it straight, your name and straight to your question, please. This is not the pitch event, please. Sorry. Thank you.
And then you hear, mine is just a comment. But we said you should ask a question. Right?
No, the question.
All right.
So you were saying something about youth learning coding, right? So I want to ask, how about blue-collar learning? Like you want to be a plumber, because that skill is died abroad, and we have the manpower. You said the youths are more in Africa. So how about training youths in that as well? What do you think?
Okay, what's your name, please?
Amarachi Apotoboro.
All right, thank you so much, Amarachi. Second question, so you can answer both at once. Your name, please, and then go ahead with your question.
Okay. My name is Jacob. So my question is this. You've pretty much spoken about softwares. Now I want you to just say some things about hardware, right? Because we have some solutions that can do really great in some value chain. Take, for example, the coconut value chain, where they don't have technologies that can dish out this coconut. So what do you advise for people who want to play in such space with an hardware solution? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay. I think Amarachi's question, there's the key thing and the key argument or the key problem in our discourse many times is either or, right? Many things are not either or, right? Many things are and. So yes, we need plumbers, we need trainings for those people, right? But we also need training for software developers and jobs for the future. So we can do both things. Is when I saw the discourse around AI and people shouting, we don't have power, you're talking about AI. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything about it. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So yes, those key skills are still needed, and people will solve that problem. But you can only solve the one that is in front of you. Regarding hardware, I think as we start getting I mean, someone pitched here today and he said still 40% of his core product and his hardware is still imported, right? Until we build some of those key skills. I watched an interview by Tim Cook, and he was talking about why they produce in China. Why do they produce in China, you think? The first thing everybody thinks about is what for China? Cheap cost. That was not really the key thing they were producing in China for. They're producing in China because of tooling skills. Finding the right people who understand tooling, and China had them and trained them en masse, right? You can call them skilled workers, but not typical white-collar workers, but had the tooling skills. And that was why Apple was producing in China, because they had a number and a critical mass of people with tooling skills. So those are the key skills that we need to invest in to build key infrastructure or key hardware capabilities that can then help us in building out those kind of solutions. But if we don't build that, then and those key tooling skills that are required, then we'll still find ourselves importing many of these things. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Olumide Soyombo, co-founder of Blue Chip Technologies and Voltron Capital. I have one question, though. What was your favorite cartoon growing up? Was it Voltron? Defender of the Universe. A round of applause, please, as he takes his seat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, really insightful. And I think for investors or would-be investors, for founders and would-be founders, that was truly, truly impactful. Thank you. We'll move on very quickly. We have a short video to show you. And this video will precede the panel session. It's been a packed day of learning, and we're hoping that it will just not be a talk shop, but I will take all the things that we've learned today to practice. Really practical tips here. So please, can we show the video from CSED?
Start Studio Incubator Manager. Start Studio Incubator is established by the Center for Strategic Enterprise Development, SEED, Limited by Guarantee. Start Studio Incubator presents one of its programs to you, the Startup Practice Pad program for entrepreneurs with ideas or already existing businesses. Startup Practice Pad gives you the necessary guidance and support you need to validate your business idea, develop your product or service, and understand your market. Put your business idea on the pathway of successful market entry and growth. Startup Practice Pad is 100% free, and you get to benefit from a virtual educative session, one-on-one technical session with experts, and free advisory support. Upon completion of our program, you'll be inducted into our alumni network, where you get to interact with fellow entrepreneurs with continuous support from our experts. Visit www.startstudioincubator.org to register now. See you there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. For those who are interested in participating, last that you please join the Innovate Entrepreneurs Hub, which is on our social. You can find that link on our social media platform at CP Innovate. Again, if you'd like to be a part of that, please join the Innovate Entrepreneurs Hub, and the link is on our social media platform at CP Innovate. You know, this today we've had a lot of conversation. We've had people come on to pitch, and we're looking forward to who will be announced as our winner for this year. But one of the things that we recognize is that every single person here has come for value. So it's not just to be a spectator to see people pitch their ideas, but it's also for us to learn and also be inspired and impacted to go out and do great things. And earlier on, I talked about how sometimes the person sitting beside you could very well be the business partner you've been looking forward to. And there's been a lot of forward-facing at today's conference. So can you please look to the next person and introduce yourself? Just tell them who you are, what your name is, what you do. Your 1-minute pitch, your 1-minute elevator pitch. Just tell them who you are and what you do. Okay, brilliant. You know, some people are unable to even articulate who they are in 1 minute. You're like that slide that says it's like Uber for suya. It's like, what do you do? So you need to be able to sell yourself. Some people here, you're a product. The product is you. And so please sell yourself and see if there's someone with similar interests. Someone interesting. Anyone meet someone interesting? Anybody meet anyone interesting? Anybody? You people are going to, yeah, of course. But I think that's really good because it might just be taking your business further. Did you meet anyone interesting? Where? Okay, can you point to the person you met? Who did you meet? Please, can we have one room? There's a business or life connection happening there. Well, tell me, who did you meet and why she's just laughing and blushing. Oh, please tell me, who did you meet and what? Please, can we have one house? One house, please. See, I had to prompt you to meet the person to your left, and now you don't want to stop. Please, can we have, go on, tell us. You can give them the microphone, just before we go into the panel session.
Okay. I'm a visual designer.
Okay.
She is a fashion designer.
What? Visual and fashion designer equation. You know, in maths, you do visual designer, fashion designer, then you minus designer, visual. Somehow, there's a connection. Brilliant. Excellent. Here, please. No. I knew some people. If you had said move around, this is the only place that you move to. Talk to yourselves. And that's why I was very intentional that they might not give you money, but it might just be a collaboration that needs to happen in this place. Okay? But afterwards, would have opportunities to discuss it. They've been very open and friendly, so you might walk up to them. Any interesting conversation here? Anyone? Or you came for the small chops? All right, let's go straight into the panel discussion. But again, please, this is just to encourage you. Talk to someone. You know, I'll never forget the way that Adia described her first opportunity with Etisalat. The red dress at the bar. Sometimes, unique opportunities come in unusual situations. But one thing she said was that opportunity must meet preparation. And so you never can tell who's sitting beside you, who might not be the one to help you, but might recommend you to the person that needs to help you. All right. Okay, are you ready for the panel session? Are you sure? You don't sound very convinced. You're ready. Let's go. So the first panelist, and I believe you haven't heard from any of these individuals, so I'm really looking forward to the conversation and what we'll be able to pick up from here. I'll introduce that properly, but please let me introduce our first panelist. Now, you've heard about his business, but not seen him talk today, because when Olumide was speaking, he mentioned it a number of times. He's the co-founder, CMO of Piggy Tech, Nigeria's largest digital financial services platform, with over 6 million combined registered users nationwide. In May 2018, the company won $1 million in fundraising from local and international investors to expand its operations and activities. It is now helping users save, invest, and manage billions monthly across PiggyVest and Pocket App. In 2019, he was listed as one of the beneficiaries of Forbes 30 Under 30 2019, and in 2022, he became an Endeavor entrepreneur. He's a graduate of Covenant University and Stanford School of Business. He's a product marketing, digital strategy, and customer experience expert with over 10 years of experience working with multinationals, SMEs, and across several startups. Please let's make welcome the co-founder and CMO of Piggy Tech, Joshua Chibueze. The next person I'll be inviting on stage was one of two who had mentioned that they were here at the last edition of Innovate. And she was very proud to raise her two hands, and she's been very instrumental to the reality of today happening. So I'd like you to please welcome her very specially as she comes on stage. She serves as the content lead, Africa Digital Hub at Diageo, where she partners with the marketing teams across Africa to advance Diageo's digital transformation ambitions by facilitating direct engagement between their brands and consumers, leveraging data. She deploys digital solutions that establish standards for long-term content creation efficiencies, reducing time and marketing investment to meet and exceed creative quality KPIs, and transforming existing content for relevance and impact using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other technologies. Her immediate past role was as the Chief Operating Officer of Digitas Nigeria, a company owned by Publicis Group inside Redefini, where she led the overall strategic direction and operations of the organization growth in the business, or the business to profitability within its first year of operation, and by 300% in its second year of operations. She previously worked as a group head, digital marketing at Fidelity Bank, where she realized the value of all its digital marketing activities and helped grow the bank's digital influence through initiatives that increased the bank's customer base and revenues, appealed to the youth audience, and improved customer experience across all digital touchpoints. She has experience in a wide range of experience working in a variety of organizations, especially pushing digital marketing. She's a proud supporter of the non-profit sector, having worked as a client account manager for Listen Foundation of Fundraising UK, raising funds for various charitable organizations valued at tens of thousands to millions of pounds, leveraging integrated marketing channels. She's a recipient of the Outstanding Female Digital Marketing Professional of the Year Award, issued by the prestigious Women in Marketing and Communications Conference Awards, WIMCA. She holds a distinction in MSc Strategic Marketing from Durham University and first-class BA Honors Management, and with emphases in marketing and minors in psychology and media communications. With such an enviable and attractive bio, please let's make very welcome Ose Oshundeko. Thank you very much. Please keep your applause going until she gets on stage. If you don't have a first class, make it louder, please. All right, okay, so our final panelist for today is a gentleman who walked in. He wasn't meant to join the panel of judges. Unfortunately, he had some urgent things to attend to. But we're very glad that he's able to join us for the panel discussion. He's a partner and core member of the public sector and social impact practice areas at Boston Consulting Group, focusing on global development, climate adaptation, food systems, and global health. He works with clients in the public and international development sectors across Africa on strategy, transformation, and implementation topics. Prior to joining BCG, he worked at McKinsey & Company in Africa for 6 years, most recently as Senior Engagement Manager, where he worked extensively across West Africa on projects including logistics management for healthcare commodities and financial inclusion ecosystems. He also worked at Procter & Gamble Nigeria as the transportation manager. He earned an MBA from the Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University, where he graduated top of his class, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical and Electronic Engineering from the University of Ibadan. He lives in Lagos, Nigeria with his wife and beautiful daughter, and he enjoys traveling and collecting visual artworks. Please let's make very welcome Olayinka Majekodrumi. Again, if you did not come top in class. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to be moderating this panel session. Can I? Thank you. And we have just a few minutes to go, and hopefully this will be interactive as we also take some questions from the audience. I know it's been a full day, and I dare say that we can also take questions from sessions earlier on. I'm sure that Olayinka, Ose, and Joshua will be able to respond to us on that note. But I'd just like to pull up my... Just 1 second, please. All right. Okay. I have it here with me. All right. So today we're going to be speaking about... We just spoke about transformational businesses, funding transformational businesses, how, where, when, and Olumide did such a fantastic job with that. And so we'll be looking at building transformational organizations, staying ahead of the curve, right? And all three of you have had the opportunities to either build transformational organizations or being a part of building transformational organizations. So the first thing I'd like to ask you, I'll start with you, Olayinka, or second follow, and then Joshua, is what does transformation mean to you? Right? And what are the key strategies to bridge the gap and build transformative and sustainable organizations? That's a mouthful, but I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say. I think the core of this is, number one, what does transformation mean to you? And what are some of the key strategies to building organizations that can be termed to be transformational? Olayinka.
Thanks a lot. And thanks to the Crosspoint team for having me here. It's a pleasure. And I was telling, sorry I'm diverting, and I'll get back on track in a bit, right? But just listening to the pitches, the ones I could join in versus last 2 years, I think. And I think just the quality and the ambition of the founders, it's amazing. And I think it speaks to the evolution of the startup ecosystem in Nigeria. So I just want to commend everyone for living the dream. What does transformation mean? It's a word that we use a lot in my world. I'm a management consultant, right? And companies do transformations, and it's a lot. But the way I would put it in lay terms is it's really a desire for a change of state, right? So you want to go from point A to point B. Usually connotes a better place, right? So your organization today, revenues of $1 million, and you're like, you know what, I want to change the landscape. We need to double this thing or XYZ, and then what do I need to do, right? So transformation really is a process that needs to happen based off of an ambition. And the workings of it, it's what makes it truly interesting, because one is there has to be a compelling reason for wanting to do it. There needs to be a clear vision of why, where you want to go and the why. And then thirdly is then the how of it, right? And the how typically is the how that you can control. And then there are also the things that you can't control. Now, speaking in very conceptual terms, because I'm trying to find the hook, but if I was going to leave you with something about transformation and what's important, right? So as business owners here is, I think the vision needs to be very compelling. Compelling because it's not going to be easy. I think that you need to then think about what's going to get you there, which is the engine, which I would say is your business model, right? And sit down and realize, can my current business model get me to where I want to be, right? You can't say you want to go to, well, people are doing it now, they're cycling to Abuja, but think about what's required to get there. And I think, like they say, implementation beats the best plans, right? And then you execute against it. So a bit up in the air, but I hope it makes sense.
Super.
Thank you, Olayinka.
Thank you. All right. So what does transformation mean to me? It's literally taking advantage of perceived change in your industry, in the society, whether it's one that has happened or one that is to come, in the hope of, scaling profits, revenue, and just transforming your business, right, to be better, which Yinka already kind of alluded to. If I think about the strategies, I think one key thing for transformation is collaboration. And I'll say from a personal experience. So when I moved into Fidelity Bank, they were going through their transformation at the time, right? And we had a group, a transformation committee, and it had people from, marketing to tech to operations, to middle office. And the whole idea is that you can't just have one set of people thinking in a room and they will come up with all the innovations you need to transform your business, right? People see different points of view, and it's very important that you take into recognition that a different points of view are very important. So I'll give you an example. The bank wanted to learn about lending, right? And being able to credit score customers to get loans. Guess who they partnered with? The former organization called Minds, which she had worked with before, Migos, right? And so Fidelity Bank learned about, credit scoring, learned about the technology, and now they're able to actually, lend money. So, it's very important collaboration, I would say. Collaboration can only happen if the leaders, set the right vision, which he alluded to, right? You have to be a leader who is open. You shouldn't be a leader. You should be ready to listen and the last to speak, right? And the person who drove it at the time, the collaborative team I talked about, whether you were an ET or a graduate, his door was always open to hear your point of view. So I'll say those two things are quite important in transformation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So leadership, collaboration, important. Vision, important for transformation in an organization. Joshua?
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. All protocols duly observed. So transformation is just simply change, right? When we came into the market, there was an existing problem. People did not have a savings culture. There was nothing like that existed. If you wanted to save, you'd literally have to open another bank account and maybe not get an ATM card on that bank account. Or you would have to buy a physical wooden box, to put under your bed. Or you'd have to do an ajo, right, for you to save. And when we came into the market, those were the problems that existed, right? And for us, it was an opportunity for us to innovate and try to bring up something that will be better. So for me, I think the first step really is capacity, right? If we hadn't been building a lot of softwares or platforms in the past, I'm not sure we would have been able to execute on Piggyvest at the time the opportunity jumped right in front of us. So before Piggyvest, like Mr. Lumide, our first investor, mentioned, we were building something called Push CV. Push CV had over 1 million users, which meant we had built a lot of capacity to manage thousands of customers, we had built the capacity to be able to manage complex systems, right? So when the time came for Piggyvest, it was very, very easy for us to just jump on the opportunity and bring out a product in the market, very, very easily. And I think vision is also important, right? You have to know where you're going. But I would also like to say that your vision expands as you grow. When we started, it was a very simple idea. In fact, we did not even have big dreams. We just wanted 1,000 people to use this product, right? But at some point, you go from just providing a service that automatically debits people to saying, how are you helping people manage their finances? How are you helping people grow their finances? How can you help people afford to do certain things, right? So your vision expands after a while. So I'll say those two things, capacity, vision, and execution, right? You have to be able to execute. It's extremely important. So those three things.
Thank you so much. So we already have some things to hold on to. Yes, you can clap, please. Vision, collaboration, leadership, very important. Also talk about capacity and the ability to execute. So not just to think or have plans, but to be able to do. And I think that thread has come along with our previous speakers as well. One more general question, and then I'll come to you individually based on your industries. And that is, let's talk about the Nigerian context. We are a part of a bigger ecosystem in terms of Nigeria, being Nigerian. And one of the things that we talk about is technical skills, the need to have technical skills. But beyond that, having the skills to do, what would you say that leaders need to cultivate in order to inspire and energize their teams? And this is now focusing on leadership. How do you inspire it? You know, Osa said something about be the last to speak, and she just judged me there because I had a meeting this week and I was the second to speak. I was quick to respond. And of course, usually that brings the end of the meeting because once the leader has spoken, what else do you want to say to contradict, especially in the Nigerian context? You just say, okay, or everybody goes away disgruntled or feeling not able to speak. And that's how that meeting ended, by the way. So thank you so much for bringing it. But what would you say are the other things that leaders need to inspire their teams?
Okay, good. So I think the Nigerian context, culture, upbringing does not help us in Nigeria, right? Because you have people who all their lives have been raised to just take instruction and follow, right? Critical thinking is something that's missing in their educational curriculum of most schools. People are taught in schools to cram to pass exams, right? So you just like put it up there, no thoughts about what the implications are, right? And so when people show up at work, they show up, tell me what to do. And if that was all, it would be good. There's this ownership and folks being self-driven, right? And I think it's missing as well. So people come, tell me what to do. People can take ownership, And I'm an employee, so I should side with people, not with the employers. But the point is, what should leaders do? I think first it starts with a mindset shift, right? And I think in my experience, a major turning point in my life was taking the Cambridge A-levels, which is where I met Pastor Ladi, right? We wrote the same thing. And there was a question, which is Newton's, is it the first or the third law now? Third law of motion says that, third law. An object will continue in a state of uniform motion. It keeps moving until an external force, right? And the exam question was, the person had a horse, and he attached the cart to his horse and said, you know what, move. And the question was, the man told his horse to please drag the cart and let's go, something like that. And it turns out the horse is intelligent, and the horse says, my master, I really want to help you drag this cart. But according to Newton's third law of motion, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if I try to move, the cart will give me an opposite reaction. And the question was, what would you tell the horse? And that changed my mindset for life. Because, we crammed that in so much in the exam. But the principle here was the equal and opposite reaction is on another body. And so when the horse exerts his own, there's an equal and opposite reaction, but it's not going to have a net neutral effect. I can't remember the dynamics of my physics now, but anyway, the eye-opening moment, I'm sorry for that. The eye-opening moment was really challenging the norm of equal and opposite reaction. Everybody says it, that's it, right? Like, well, what does it really mean? And what, in practical terms, does this entail? And that changed my perception to learning and overall. And I have gone from just taking information to really always asking the why behind the why and behind the why. And that was game-changing for me. And so I didn't finish the first class because I refused to cram. But I think it opened up my mind to learning, right? And I became a very practical person in my outlook to life. All that to say, the first thing I would advise employers to help the employees do is to unleash that ownership mindset in them where people try to take responsibility for what's at stake or whatever it is they're doing by really understanding the why of it, right? And I think that's one. I think the second thing is you also need to create spaces for people to fail. One of the reasons why people don't share their thoughts and all is the consequences of failure, right? Or the perceived consequences, because like if you miss and The third thing I would say that's very important is, so first is get people to own stuff. Two, make sure there's room to fail and make mistakes, but they're custom mistakes, so you also have a short window to like prove yourself. And then the third thing I think is very important is role modeling, right? We need to role model what good looks like. I think we live in a society where mediocrity is prevalent, right? So somebody will do a very mediocre job and is expecting to give him a pat on the back, right? So I think we need to role model what good looks like, what excellence look like, and then demand it of people. I think three things I think would help employers really get the most value from folks they work with, as well as help the employees really grow and evolve into the leaders in the organization.
Excellent. Really great points. Thank you so much. Also, before I come to you for your question, I just need to make a comment because when Lainka was speaking and he said we shouldn't cram, I'm like, how are we going to have debates in secondary schools? Good afternoon, panel. My name is Ayomaire. I'm here to convince, and then so the teacher and the, okay, so good afternoon, my name is, you start again so that your train of thought will not break and you cram. But it's so important in terms of mindset shift because a lot of people must be, that's innovation as well. Create an enabling environment for people to innovate. Thank you. Ose?
Great. So I would say two things. Because we're Nigerians, we like tangible things, right? So my number one thing will be reward, right? I think that organizations don't reward employee enough. Most times when you listen to employees, they feel cheated. And I'll give you an example practically. So we came up with this idea. I can't remember. Let's assume it was a pitch when I was in Fidelity, by the way. It was an idea to the whole organization where you're able to kind of pitch an idea to the senior management of the bank, right? And you get rewarded. So we started with the reward being, maybe 5 million, they give you a laptop, and then they take you on any course wherever in the world, of your choice, so a short course, and that was really, really great. But in the next year, we made it bigger, which was, pitch a reward. If we launch it, right, and it starts to make a profit, then you get a percentage of it. If you give that to people, one day, blood will run, right? You will die there, right? So I think that we should try and reward people more. Another example of that will be Anacle. So I don't know if Anacle Films, Edith F. Young. There's a guy who has been with him, I'm trying to remember his name now, an Igbo guy. But he's been with him 10 years, right? Muna, thank you very much. Thank you. I've seen him Muna was someone who just came to Lagos for the first time, gave him a car, gave him a house, further studies, reward trips abroad, to just a couple of months ago, he's become co-founder, right? 10 years. So it makes it worth it. So there should be things more tangible than just salary and praise, because Nigerians like tangibility. Now, on Valentine's Day, I was talking to my friend. I said, get your husband flowers. I said, flowers, what's that? If he gives me, and it's not cash, or it's not phone, or it's not car, it doesn't count, right? So, yeah. So all the men in the room, I just gave you free tips. She was like, you're just here speaking grammar. So I think that that's really important that, we reward people, tangibly. The second one will just be, and I think Yinka kind of alluded to it, the culture in the organization, right? In Nigeria, sometimes we're too authoritative that people can't approach you, right? And I would slight the Yoruba people a little bit, right? If you're my brother, sorry, Ayo, and all the people in the room. I was speaking to a friend of mine, and she has older siblings, right? And this was many years ago. And she says, for the fact that she has to say, brother, something, it gives a distance where I cannot come and fully open myself to you, right? So the culture of the organization of encouraging people, yes, you count, you matter, it's very important. And I'll give you a simple solution. I want it to be very practical. When I got to Fidelity, one of the issues they used to talk about, and I'm used to Fidelity because we did a lot of transformation there, was the staff would say, we just see emails or just see ads where you guys have launched new products, right? But you guys haven't taken time to sell it to us. And we're your number one customers, because if we meet a customer and we're not using the products, it's bad, right? It's bad on the organization. Another thing is they don't even know about it, right? So we had to start taking time to say, okay, fine. If we're about to launch a product, we take like 6 weeks minimum to sell it to you, make you feel really special, you know about it. There was that ownership of, hey, we're really special, and they will go on and represent the organization. So I would always say the culture, always put your staff as your number one, stakeholders, your number one customers. That way, they feel a part of it and they will always put in their best. So those two things, culture and rewards, are very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. Joshua.
So I think they've touched on most of the important things, but some key things stand out for me, like having a culture of excellence, like they mentioned. I think sometimes it's important for leaders to just lead by example. I remember when we're starting out, we're doing things ourselves, right? Somto will write code all day, he would handle the entire back end, do everything by himself. I would respond to customer issues, if the person I hired will wake up in the middle of the night and see that I'm still responding to emails, right? And she took on that culture, right? I went from a team of just 3 to 5 customer service persons to her managing a team of over 70 with that same level of excellence that she saw when she came on board, right? So I think that's very, very important, right? Leadership by example is sometimes you just have to show that it's possible by just doing, right? Especially in the early stages before you start to get to Oga stage, right? But in the beginning, you need to get your hands dirty, right? You need to get into the operations. Even till today, I'm still logged into all our social media channels. Every night before I sleep, I'm checking what customers are sending via DMs, right? It's just something I do. And it gives me ideas for a lot of things. For social media content, I'm like, okay, I saw what this customer said. I'm talking to my PMM. Oh, let's do this. Even while I was seated here, there was something I saw and I sent it. I'm like, this needs to go up on IG. So I'm that involved, right? So I think it's important for businesses at early stages to get involved in the process. And, they've said so many things. Reward is key. I would say allow people grow, especially within your organization. Give people a chance, right? Let them take ownership of whatever it is they're doing. I've had people who've worked with us for 3, 4, 5 years. I've had someone who's gone from an intern to a manager position earning 7 figures. And then when she came in, she was earning 50K in just 4 years. And that's just because we give her a chance to just prove herself and just keep doing. But with guidance, right? So give people a chance, let people try. Give constructive feedback, right? Don't just shout on people. Let them know what they can improve on, right? Very, very important. And I think with those, you'll be fine.
Thank you so much, Joshua. A round of applause, please. Because thank you for the insight that you have your social media accounts. We want at Piggyvest. At Piggyvest. This is, I think, XYZ, because I know at least someone at the top is also monitoring that. But I'll stay with you for this. Since you've talked about leadership, and the same thing that Malaika talked about, role modeling, so leading by example, and not just asking people to, just not talking, but walking the talk. Many startups struggle to balance the need for immediate results with fostering a long-term culture of innovation. What strategies do you think are most effective for a startup CEO to navigate this challenge and keep their team creatively inspired? So not just for the short term, but looking at how to make it sustainable long term, that culture of creativity.
So a lot of startups are looking for, short-term gains, and I understand. But I think as CEO, there's some things you just need to get right first. Have you hit product market fit? Does the market want what you're selling? Because again, not a lot of people just work for money. Sometimes people work because they feel like there's something, there's a vision that they're working towards, right? So, yeah, money is good. You might have a lot of money to pay, but sometimes the money is not enough. You need to motivate your staff or your employees with what you're trying to build. So it's like, what are you really doing, right? Are you sure that this is going to work out in the next few years, right? How are you communicating that vision to everyone, right? So, I mean, in the short term, I'd say, focus on the most important things, right? As CEO, you'll be distracted with a lot of things. You'll be distracted with press, trying to talk about what you're doing. You'll be distracted with awards. All those things don't matter. The only thing that matters is, are you providing something that your customers need? And are they paying you for it? And will they continue to pay you for it? And for how long? So those are the important questions that you need to answer. You need to focus on those things that actually matter. Every other thing is a distraction, trust me, right? So in the immediate term, make sure that you have customers, right? Your customers are the most important thing. I remember starting out, Mr. Lumide would always come to our office then, before PiggyVest, and he would always say, what are the numbers? What are the numbers? Once he comes in, he will order for his white rice and stew. And the next thing he's asking is, what are the numbers? And it was a consciousness that we had when we were starting PiggyVest, because there is no investor money coming. In fact, we went to YC, and we didn't get into YC twice. So there's no investor money coming, right? The only thing that matters is your customers, right? So you have to focus on the most important thing. Are you providing enough value that can keep you in business until maybe an investor comes around?
Thank you very much. Customer-centric. The customer is always right. Thank you. I really love how that's coming through with regards to your business, and just as an inspiration to other founders here, or even employees, that it's important to keep number one as number one, your customers. So let me come to you with regards to brand awareness. And you have such an excellent track record when it comes to digital marketing. But beyond brand awareness, how can content marketing be strategically leveraged by businesses to create a measurable positive impact within their communities?
Okay, super. Those questions are long. I feel like I always have to break it into two in my head before I answer. But I think when people think about content marketing, they typically think of the content you put on social media, but everything you put out speaks. Everything you put out is content. So your logo, very important. Your packaging, very important. The design of your product, very important. So I'll just pack that so you know that it's not just, the content you put out from a brand awareness perspective. Ideally, also, if you're doing your content marketing right, it shouldn't only be delivering brand awareness, because there are different content for the different consumer journeys. So whether it's awareness, whether it's consideration, whether it's, where conversion is when people kind of purchase, right? And I'll just use an example of Dang. Everyone knows Dang? Yes. Do you go to Dang on Thursday? This is a church thing, so just look forward. So Pastor Ladi is not judging you in case you're a worker. But don't we all? But I met Ife about 10 years ago, and she just started Dang, She was putting out content, and she was like, oh, I don't want my face to be there. I don't want anyone to know me, and all of that. Okay? Fast forward about 3-4 years after, she sent me a message that, hey, I feel like I can get brands to start advertising on my community. It seems to be growing. Hook me up with Coca-Cola. Reluctantly, because, I introduced her. And so she started taking ads, right? But do you guys see ads on our pages right now? Yes or no? What do you see? The only ad you see is Dang. So she ties you in. If you're looking at her story, she ties you in. And after tying you in, she just puts one of her products there, right? So what has she done? So everybody knows about Dang. She's used her awareness to do what? To create a community, right? And I'll be honest, say I've never bought a Dang product, but I'm tied to that community. I almost feel like I've never used it, but I can recommend, because I've seen what testimonials of people. So from just being, someone who puts out content, she's established a brand that is an authority now in skin, And so she comes on and say, oh, she put out a content maybe yesterday or something. I was like, oh, by the way, the glow is due to Dang lifestyle, right? So what I'll just say is, the first thing, when you put out content, you have to have clear objectives of what you're trying to achieve. People just put out content without having those clear objectives. When your objectives are clear, then it's easy to just kind of measure it. So what's Ife doing in her case? She's built a community, so she has high engagement, right? She's built a community of women that a lot of people will do anything to get Ife what she wants. I mean, she just did a conference recently. I saw Adeso Adoze. I saw like really top women of different ages, right? So she has authority amongst, her target audience, right? Another thing is that she's using it to drive sales for her brand. So she's clear on what she wants. I just need a community of women. I put out content that they can relate to. Based on that, I've become like a strong female, authority in Nigeria, probably going beyond Nigeria, now. And secondly, I use it to sell my products, which is going beyond Nigeria. So all I would say is ensure, number one, you have content for the different stages of, the consumer journey. Your objective has to be very clear before you put out, content, and ensure that you're always going back to see if it's delivering value for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you. Is it delivering value for you? Be very clear from the very beginning why you're putting out the content you're putting out. Thanks, Ose. All right, Olayinka, I'll come to you. Now, there are a number of roadblocks that you can identify, I'm sure, with organizations in their quest for innovation. What are those roadblocks? And very importantly, how can we avoid those roadblocks?
Thanks a lot. So I think the first thing is innovation is a journey, right? A lot of times we think innovation is static, like it's something you achieve, right? You get this idea, you go do it. But I think founders in the room and people in the room would generally agree that it's a journey. I'm currently on one, and that's probably one of the reasons why I came up late, and I should apologize for showing up late. I'm a new father. I have a almost 5-month-old baby.
Congratulations.
Beautiful
Wait, now let me tell my innovation story now. Because, right? And we're trying to innovate, which is let us try shifting off exclusive milk to some formula just to buy up time for the parents to do other things. Great idea. Good for the baby as well. Good for the parents. Good for everybody. Win-win. So we start introducing complication 1. Baby refuses the milk. Complication 2. Baby associates the bottle with formula and so refuses bottle. Right? Complication 3. Now, mother has to be present at every point in time T for baby to eat and survive. Now, remember it was a simple idea. We want to what? Innovate. Innovation is win-win for everybody. Baby eats fuller, can sleep longer, da-da-da-da-da. And you see the way everything just like scattered. So the point is, innovation can be challenging and complex, right? And so the first point I would say with regards to managing innovation is the vision for it must be compelling. And so the reason why we're still on this matter with the young child is because the objective is compelling, right? You need to eat well. You also need to give your parents, at least your mom to a large extent, time to like do other things, right? So that's one. Beyond the vision being compelling, it needs to be a very iterative process of managing change, right? And so a lot of research, taking feedback, and then continuously improving the solution that you're trying to push for, whether it's a product, whether it's an idea, whether it's a new process you're trying to change, right? It needs to be, you need to like take feedback and try to improve. There's 2. The third thing is you need to invest, right? So in my case study, for example, right, one of the tips I'm going to try today now is I'm told babies like shiny things now. So you need to change the bottle. Get a shining bottle, right? So I need to go out there and go try a new bottle, right? And see if it's going to work. You see what I mean? And so the investment required to like push through the innovation is important. And then thirdly is then you need to make sure that the back end of delivering consistently on what you're trying to change or the innovative process is not broken anywhere. Because if it gets broken, the odds are you have to go start again because you're trying to deliver something that you've not built the in-house capacity to be able to deliver. All that to say, innovation can be hard and challenging, but with the right feedback loop from the end users and stakeholders in the system to commitment to following. So first is the vision needs to be compelling because that's what will keep you trying. Two is you need to take feedback from the folks who you're trying to deliver the innovation to. Three is you need to be committed to investing, whether it's people, whether it's money, whether it's resources to make it happen. And then lastly is, okay, last one I said now. Anyways, you get the gist, right? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I don't think I would ever forget that analogy. And innovation and the roadblocks. Thank you so much. Before I throw open, we have just a few more minutes to go. And I'd like for us to take some questions from the audience. But I'm very curious, Joshua, so I'll come back to you one more time and then I'll throw to the audience. You talked about how, and you gave an example while you were here, that you saw something that you sent to your team or was giving you some ideas. Can you give a specific example when customer feedback has led to some form of innovation or fed into direction with regards to innovation for your product?
So that happens a lot of times. But you must also have a vision of what you're trying to build so that you're not taking too much feedback and you're building a miss. Customers have a lot of things to say. They want heaven and earth, right? You know, they want the app to fly and all sorts of things, but you must understand what you are, right? I'll give you the two examples. So, PiggyVest is not a bank. We're not trying to be one, right? So, we're not trying to encourage you to spend money. We're trying to encourage you to keep money and continue to grow your money. So here comes this customer saying, why can't you guys have ATM cards? My bank is shit, blah, 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 blah. You guys have been providing exceptional service for me for a long time. Give me an ATM card. But then you can't respond to that kind of thing by giving them an ATM card because a lot of people are saying they want the same, because you understand what you are and you understand what you're trying to build. You can also answer that customer in a different way, right? So again, what we did was we created a different app that is more of a spending app, and you can get a debit card on your Pocket app. That's that. So again, you have to understand what you're building so you ensure that you're not just taking too much feedback. But when we started initially, we started out with a simple product it was called Piggy Bank at the time. That would help you automate your savings. You could do daily, weekly, monthly deductions at your own specific time. And then we'll give you back the money after 3 months. That was the model, very simple model. And then people started to say they don't want to touch the money at all for any reason. Like, give us something that will just lock down this money and we don't want to have access to it whatsoever. And that's how SafeLock came about. SafeLock is one of our biggest features today on PiggyVest. It pretty much imitates treasury bills, but it's more flexible. At the time, you needed about 100K to get into treasury bills. And then you needed to put your money for for a minimum of 3 months at the time. But when SafeLock came out, you could lock at least 1,000 naira for 10 days. So that was the innovation there. So again, I think those are the two examples.
All right, thank you. I use SafeLock, so thank you. I always look for the day I can touch my money. I won't touch it, but I'm happy that it's not locked permanently. Okay.
It's locked permanently.
No, I mean, after 3 months, I can withdraw. Oh, yeah. But I keep it after that. Well, thank you so much for sharing your ideas. A round of applause, please. Really practical, insightful, conversation. We'll have time for maybe 3 questions. So if you have okay, you know what? So to make it balanced and fair, a question each for the panelists. So let me see a question for, if you have one, for Joshua. Okay. Yeah, still contemplating. The gentleman here for us, eh? Okay, are you sure? Okay. And for Layinka, okay, the lady in yellow. All right, so that we'll take the questions all at once. So each person will take notes of their question and then we'll respond to wrap up. Please go ahead. Your name and your question, please.
Okay, my name is Rufus Usakayo.
Can you put the microphone closer to you?
Yeah. So I have my question for you is when you were speaking about, like, the first question you asked him You mentioned three things. You said something around capacity. You also mentioned something around execution.
Yeah.
So for me, at what point will you say you've started execution? You might have an idea, right? And when you build on that idea, is that starting an execution? Okay, now when you've built on the idea and you're about to go into the market, how do you execute? Like, I'm trying to get your own personal experience on how you're able to, when you speak of execution, what are you referring to exactly?
So from idea to execution, the process for him, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, idea to execution, but when you have an idea,
yeah,
and let's say you build that idea,
yes,
you've started execution.
That's execution, yes.
But now you've built that idea,
yeah,
right, and you want to go to market. That's another type of execution.
Okay.
So what's the difference, and how do you break into the market? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then the second question.
No, one, please. We don't have enough time. But I'm sure, Joshua, do you understand the first question? Excellent. All right, so the gentleman in the car, please. And then there's the final one, the lady in the yellow dress. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suleiman Tijani from the Middle Belt. My question goes in line with the collaboration. Yeah, I'm a professional laundryman, and speaking of the fact that we made mention of Africa and our mentality of expanding and not giving a chance for us to actually expand due to the sense that's actually tied to it. So now, considering that factor of being stringent with your ideas and not accepting others, how do you partner with someone who has you as coming to you, is already seeing you as a threat? So how do you collaborate with such people who, when you come to them already, they are already seeing you as a threat?
All right.
Living in Africa already.
Okay, thank you so
Case
much.
study Nigeria, to be precise.
Thank you. I think it happens everywhere. Don't demonize Nigeria. It happens everywhere. All right, lady in yellow, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mary. And this is my question. I'm sorry, it's for Mr. Joshua.
No, please. We want the question from Mr. Lainka. They're very specific, I'm sorry. Because someone else raised their hand, so I will give the person an opportunity. For anyone from Mr. Lainka, please. Yes, please. In front. I'm sorry, but he already has his question.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Jacob, once again. So my question is as regards to team. Now, as a startup, there is this part of your team members expecting remunerations on whatever you do. And you've not even started making revenues. You are still building and building. What do you advise in that regard? How do you manage them when you don't have anything to give? Thank you.
That's a good one. Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with Joshua, then Osan, Lainka.
Okay. The first thing about execution really is strategy. Every single thing you do to move your business forward every day is execution, right? You wake up in the morning, you have 10 customers. How are you going to get to 1,000 customers? What is the strategy? What is your most important business metric? How are you going to get to that? What is the strategy? Every single action you take, it could be hiring someone that is great. It could be forging a partnership that helps you, onboard new customers or do certain things better, right? So it's basically in the actions that you take to grow your business. How are you improving your business valuation? You're valued at $10 million today. How are you trying to get that to $100 million? It could be a new product that you're adding, right, that helps you get there. So every single action you take that moves your business forward is how you execute. But it always starts with the how, like what's the strategy? People, apply different strategies to improve their businesses. So it's in basically what's different about yours and how quick are you able to move on those things.
All right, thank you so much.
Super, thank you.
So regarding kind of selecting a partner to collaborate with, look at it like a relationship, right? There are a lot of girls. Are you married? No, okay. But let's assume you're in a relationship, right? There are a lot of girls you've approached that have turned you down. Yeah? No, I saw you wearing a ring, but I wasn't sure. Is it fashion? Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, there are a lot of girls you've approached that have turned you down for whatever reason. There are a lot of girls that approached you that you've turned them down for whatever reasons, right? Before you get into a relationship, what you want to say is, do we have the same values, right? That's one thing, right? So before you collaborate with someone, it's not just, oh, this person is in this business too, right? And do we have the same values? Very important. Secondly is, do they have the skills to complement me to achieve the objective that I want to achieve, right? So you're an example of my husband. My husband sleeps late. So my daughter's book, he signs it, Fee read well. He didn't read with her. He doesn't know if she's read. But he sleeps. And every time I always say, whenever you go to school, I'm like, this girl's mother must be irresponsible. Because throughout the term, 9.5 times out of 10, he signed it. But he sleeps late, so he compliments me, because once I've slept, I can't be bothered. I would do the work with the child, right? So complementary skills. Another thing is, in a relationship, we'll ask, can the person actually survive in my world, right? With the family that you have, right? So again, if you were, let's assume that you were doing a business with a technology person, right? Do they have the know-how to survive in a financial industry, for example, if you're in a financial industry, or if you were in a FMCG? So I think there has to be that chemistry fit first towards your objective before deciding whether or not you collaborate with them. It doesn't matter whether it's in Nigeria, it happens anywhere. But one thing I'll also say is, let it be contractual. I don't do partnership by mouth, right? Make it plain. So I came in today and something happened. I was speaking to a colleague and he's in a relationship and he has a relationship agreement. Now, when he told me, I laughed. I was like, this guy is a psycho. But when I read the relationship, it's things that you discuss with your partner, but you haven't just put it down. So you put, we must have date nights. The number of times we must be intimate. It was, yeah. So as I was here in the morning, I said to my husband, I said, babe, what do you think about this? It sounds ridiculous, but there are times where maybe the challenges of life, you don't have time to really spend time. I'm like, remember that contract that you signed, right? So I'll always say, make it official and formal, all right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you've just spoken to two aspects of collaboration, and you've put a lot of people in trouble here because they're going to be asking for contracts in their relationships. Well, excellent point, Olenka.
Great. So the questions around, you're still bootstrapping, you're trying to build a team, how do you remunerate them? I think one, as the owner of the vision of the business, you're a salesperson, right? So one is you need to pitch them and help them see the potential of sticking it out with you. I think that's one. I think two is you need to very quickly define how you're going to create. Okay. Some AI is responding. Two is you need to make it clear how you're going to create value and what's in it for them, right? Because then you're giving them the information to decide if they want to be part of your vision or not. Three is you need to also be credible. So if you're committing to say, hey, if it's a service business, okay, we don't have money yet, but as we make money, 10% is your cut. Don't show up tomorrow and say, but we have this cost and you can only take 5%. So you need to be credible as well. And over time, they become believers. You build together and the thing blows and everybody's happy. But I think first is you need to sell it to them. So you need to let them know where the money will come from, right? Don't tell them to follow you blindly forever, right? Where's it going to come from? And then when it starts coming from there, this is how we're going to share the power. This is what's in it from you. I think that will be helpful.
Very good. Thank you so much. Before we go, because we're out of time, but I'd like you to leave one sentence each.
Olumide already said something about it.
Oh, what did he say?
He said, one party word never works. Well, one party sentiment.
No, but they will do it. I just need them to sum up so that there's nothing that we've left out of the conversation that you'd have wanted to articulate. So to summarize your thoughts in one sentence, and where the judges.
There's really nothing. Okay, you know what? See, if you really want to run a business, it's hard. I do not recommend. But if you are stubborn enough to try and you encounter any challenges and you feel like my expertise will be required or needed, you can shoot me an email, josh@piggyvest.com.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay.
Super. I'll just say that, just remember that transformation takes a team of people with different skills, life experiences, be open to them. And just remember that collaboration is the currency of our time, so you don't have to know it all or do it all. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Well, more than a sentence, but I'll keep it short. I think recognizing that building transformational organizations is a journey and has different elements. One is the vision needs to be compelling enough to make you keep showing up every day, because it's not always going to be smooth. Second is you need a plan, a well thought out plan, right? And that's why strategy, and Josh used that word a lot, is very key. Third is, and Olumide said like, the plan is critical, but when the rubber hits the road, like, ditch the pitch deck, right? And it's really around your ability to innovate, flexible, adaptable. And what makes you able to do that, that's execution, which is another word you've heard, is a compelling vision, right? And what the plan does is it gives you a good starting point in terms of knowing the landscape you're operating in, so that way you're much more flexible. And then the last thing is then consistency. Are you able to deliver your promise to your customer at the right level of excellence and consistency over a timeline? Because that's why they will keep coming, and that's why they'll keep preferring you.
Thank you. So this was not the type of one Olumide was talking about. The parting shots that are just parting shots just for the sake of parting shots. A round of applause for our amazing panelists. Please, can we take a picture? Can I invite Pastor Ladi to please join them on stage for a picture, a group picture? A round of applause. So many nuggets, honestly. It's so practical, useful, important information shared. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Really insightful. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're gradually coming to that point where we reveal who our judges have decided is the winner of today's pitch and grand competition. We have one or two things to do before we announce. Just a few more things to go. But at this point, I'd like to invite some members of the Innovate team for what we call a Cap Couch. And also, to talk about Cap Couch, Career Hub Showcase. Salome, you're disrupting my class. All right, but please, let's make very welcome on stage Omobola, Wumi, and Chris as they come on stage for a few minutes to speak about a few important information, especially from the Innovate team. Please, let's give them a round of applause. These are the people who have worked tirelessly to ensure that today is a reality and the roaring success that we're experiencing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I know we've had a long day, so don't expect this conversation to contain stuff about mission and vision statements. I'm not going to take your time, I promise you. But I feel like I also have some very important information that I need to pass across, and I'd like to have your attention. So, brief backstory. When the idea behind this conference was birthed, the convener, Pastor Ladi, had said, not every time skill empowerment, not every time empowerment acquisition. Sometimes you really just need to deal with issues from the roots and not, just from the fruits. So how about we change the way people think? We change their mindsets, and that way we can actually have lasting impacts in society. And luckily, that happened at a time when we were also restructuring Innovate. And we decided to structure Innovate in such a way that it was impactful, but also very sustainable. And then we came up with Innovate on a trident. A trident is a three-pronged spear. So I'm going to take the three parts of Innovate quickly, and so that everybody can understand what we do and what we're all about. The first is the Entrepreneurs Hub. At the Innovate Entrepreneurs Hub, what we do is basically empower business owners, entrepreneurs with the skills and the resources they need to thrive, basically. And that aside, we have created an entrepreneurs hub, and we have over 300 entrepreneurs in our hub, and we offer them resources. We have also scored a partnership with business incubation programs, and these people basically also help our entrepreneurs with the necessary network, the necessary resources that they need to grow their businesses. Now, that's 1 out of 3. But for the other 2 prongs, I'm going to invite Wumi and Chris. Can you please come up? Let's have a quick conversation. Yes, I'm doing this also because I know a lot of you have been seeing me walking around, and maybe my credibility here is not that solid. So you can hear from the horse's mouth, and they're going to just tell you. So I'm going to start with Chris. Chris is going to give more insights into the second prong of the Innovate Trident, and that's the Career Hub. So Chris here is a career professional, and I believe that he has 1 or 2 stories to tell about how Innovate has helped his career.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mobola. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Adeni. Okay, for me, my journey with Innovate started last year. In September, we had a business and career conference. I think it was themed Level Up. And consequently, that happened at a time in my career when I also needed to level up. And so I took the opportunity, I attended the event. It was really simple, it was a great event. We had really great speakers as well, like Joshua Chibuze, who's here again. And I attended, and little did I know that I was going to leave there as a recipient of a fully funded scholarship, a product management scholarship from one of the most prestigious tech academies in Nigeria. And that was really uplifting for my career. I was able to leverage the opportunity, complete the course, and I got a new job in a multinational with a really nice office space. And of course, it wasn't just about the course, but just the opportunity, like I said, to listen to seasoned leaders. And I think that opportunity wouldn't have come to me as easily if it weren't for Innovate. So when Mobola reached out to me to join the team, of course, I jumped at the opportunity to also give back. It was an opportunity to give back and also help other people on their journeys to, maximizing their business and career potential. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So that's 2 out of 3. Now we're going to look at the third prong of our spear. Remember, it's a trident, and that's what we call Cap Couch. So Wumi, let's have it.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm sure that we are all aware that there are all sorts of podcasts these days. You go on IG and then you see one podcast talking about who should pay on the first dates, or should you ask what's your body count? Just really weird things that we don't need to be talking about. And so that's why Innovate is introducing Cap Couch, which is going to be a podcast series that basically teaches you all the things you need to know about your career, and businesses. So it's career and business couch, So we'll be talking about things about mentorship, about how to manage up, about how to transition from one career to the other, about how to manage office politics, because it's everywhere. So real important Harvard Business School type conversation, that you would actually get very insightful things that you can apply to your own career, and also to your business if you're an entrepreneur. So that's what Cap Couch is about. It's going to be a podcast session on Spotify, on YouTube, and every podcast platform out there. So please follow us on social media so that you can be aware when we launch our Cap session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Inspiring, isn't it? But I have a last some few words to say. So what ties all of this together is this gathering right here, the Innovate Conference. It's a yearly conference where we all come together to celebrate the impacts that Innovate has made in the past year. I mean, we celebrate the success that is Innovate. And we're so very proud to say that at the crux of everything, we're passionate about empowerment, about giving, about love at the very core. You know, it doesn't matter where, in the office, in the church, in this room, on the cross, we're passionate about love. So I'm glad that I'm sitting here in front of all these brilliant minds, and we're doing amazing things together. Thank you very much. I'm just going to say that we're in this world to live, but we're also to give. And I hope that Innovate inspires every one of us to be better. So simply put, I would say that you should stay with us, stay in touch, and just keep engaging. Now, to conclude, I have to leave now. We have to leave now. But I once heard that in show business, if you want what you say to have twice the impact, you have to give it a big finish. So our big finish is this. We're going to leave the stage, but we need you, everybody, every single person here, to keep your eyes glued to the screen, and then you find our big finish. It's been real. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Not only is he an entrepreneur, active in the oil and gas sector, but his empathic nature drives him into philanthropy, having established the Crosspoint Innovate, an initiative that has hosted events involving over 1,000 young entrepreneurs, empowering and offering grants to 10 deserving winners after a pitching contest. Crosspoint Innovate has powered other empowering, capacity building, networking, and employability programs like the Level Up CAP sessions held in September 2023. As CEO of Swagelok Nigeria, with vast experience in the oil and energy sector, he is helping to drive innovation in the same industry through technology. Pastor Ladi Shayambo holds a first degree in petroleum engineering and also went ahead to bag a master's degree in the same field from the Heriot-Watt University in the United Kingdom. His husband to Dr. Yemisi, an astute optometrist and founder of the Eye Care Family Vision Center, and also father to 2 children, Lopemi and Kami. As the lead pastor of Crosspoint Church, founded in March 2020, he is passionate about seeing believers live the God kind of life, have healthy and well-informed minds, and also be highly relevant to the world around them. Ladi Shiyambo is also certified in management from the prestigious London Business School and consequently established the Ladi Shiyambo Mentorship Hub, where he helps young people discover, deploy, and maximize their potentials for all-round relevance. The maiden edition of the Ladi Shiyambo Mentorship Program held in July of 2023. A die-hard stickler for the gospel of grace and truth, the initiator and convener of the Apocalypse Conference, the Crosspoint Mainland Experience, Grace-Based Leadership Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Ladi Shayambo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the convener, Innovate 2024, Pastor Ladi Shoyombo, a.k.a. PL.
Ayo, that you should consider doing hype. I'm telling you, hype woman, right? Wow. Thanks, everyone, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Really exciting to see all the familiar faces and the support that we have received so far. I want to get right into the, receiving the awards for the prize and all that. So I'll just quickly appreciate everyone, the sponsors, the dedicated sponsors who have partnered with us to make this event possible. It's really a lot of work behind the scenes, but they partnered with us, and we really appreciate Credit Direct, Blue Chip Technologies, SNL, I partnered also. It's really been, PiggyVest also really been a blessing. They have been partnering with us from the beginning.
And really, you can see how many lives we are, or the number of lives we are really transforming. And it's really practical and tangible, right? Like my brother said, this is not just the aspire to perspire. And obviously, if you've been part of Crosspoint Church, we don't just give you, some spiritual kind of experience that leaves you back to the world, facing your problems without any solutions. We really believe in empowerment, and we believe in transformation of our minds, because the seat of transformation is really the mind. And even the gospel, the word of God, right? The Bible, God gave you the Bible to read so you can know about him, right? So you have to even read to know about God. So we really believe that transformation is in the mind, and we really believe in practical transformation, and we are delighted to see how Innovate has evolved. Innovate is an initiative really from the Crosspoint Church. Crosspoint Church is a Bible-believing church. We meet here every Sunday by 10 a.m. But beyond just what we believe the example of Christ is that Jesus is the model leader. And Jesus didn't just give us some kind of theological high or some kind of aspire to perspire. When he met people, he changed their lives. He brought dignity to people. He transformed people tangibly. Somebody had issue of blood, they don't have issue of blood again, right? So we believe in practical transformation, and we saw that there are a lot of, dealing with people. I've been a pastor from, university days, dealing with a lot of youths, right? Now I'm going away from that youth to gradually, next few years, I can't call myself that much of a youth, but just dealing with young people, I realized that they were really spiritually excited, but they didn't have practical ways of addressing their issues. And we said that even though the wisdom of God is supernaturally received, it still has to be naturally applied. So this initiative is part of our own way of working in the model of Jesus, which is to empower people, strengthen people, give people hope, and practical hope, because hope maketh not ashamed. When you aspire to perspire, your hope will bring shame. But when you now know practical steps you can take to change your life and change the lives of people around you, then we can create a better place. And Christianity will not just be us in Nigeria building thousands of cathedrals, but we'll begin to see it in how the society is changing and how people, the citizens, and the quality of the soul and the mind of a Christian is reflecting in our society. So again, I want to celebrate and appreciate the dedicated sponsors, the facilitators, the judges. I know we've kept you on a Saturday that you're supposed to be resting. We brought you, but look at the lives you are changing for Christ's sake, right? But it's been really amazing, and we appreciate everyone. I want to really appreciate the team of, Mobola and a team of the Innovate team working hard. I'm just collecting convener as my title, but they have really worked the real work behind the scene, and we really appreciate you guys and what you've done. So we'll be going straight, we'll soon close, but what I just want to do lastly is to say that Innovate is getting better, stronger, just like what Yinka, my friend, was saying. It has just been increasing and getting better. Before we had over 1,000 applicants. Now we have gone, we are getting to more than that. And it has just been getting better. The quality of the entrepreneurs and their, businesses has just been getting better and better. And I'm sure you'll be proud to be associated in one form or the other to Crosspoint Innovate or the Crosspoint Church. So I celebrate everyone and thank everyone for joining us today, and see you in Innovate 2025. But before that, the last part of today. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Can we please celebrate Pastor Ladi Shoyombo? If you don't mind, can we rise on our feet as we give him the honor that he deserves? Convener and chief people builder at Innovate. Thank you, thank you. We are so grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may be seated. Has today been a rich experience or not? Did you pay anything to come today? Invaluable, absolutely invaluable. Thank you so much, Pastor Ladi, and to all the team members. As he mentioned, Innovate is brought to you by Crosspoint Church, and it's not just the word, but also the word and the action of that word. And so we're really grateful. We trust that from here, we'll have transformational leaders in Nigeria go out to do great things. We have 3 things to do, in addition to what Pastor Ladi said. So we have the announcement of the winner. And then we'll move on to the competition because we are hoping to have a winner here on site and a winner online. 25,000 naira up for grabs for one person here and 25,000 naira for someone who is watching online. Very simple game, I promise you. You'll enjoy it and you have the opportunity to win something nice. And, anything can happen at Innovate. It might just shock you. New prizes can just fly in the air and we're here for that. And then very importantly, please, this one thing... There's one thing that we want to do, and it's very important. Some of you have come here hoping to get a job. Not everyone wants to set up a business yet. Some people want to get into employment. We have some employers who are here, and they'll be showcasing. And one of the employers who are here is an organization that attracted the highest funding in terms of investor on the African continent in the last year under review. And so they're recruiting. I think you want to be a part of that organization. So that's just a reflection of the other organizations that are coming as well. Brilliant organizations. They'll be showcasing for a few minutes each. And it's just for you to hear. It might be for you. It might be for someone that you know that you'd want them to go to that organization. And then we'll wrap up things. So 3 critical things that we need to get through before the end of the conference. Are you here for that? Are you sure? Brilliant. So the first thing we're going to be doing is to announce the winner of the pitch and grant competition. You're not the one that is under tension or under pressure. Clap now, please. Thank you. Let me just indemnify myself. The result you're about to hear has nothing to do with me. I am just a conduit. The people you need to speak to are the distinguished panel of judges before us. And I believe we can certify that it is independent, it is fair, it's equitable. And so they've done it to the highest faith entrusted in them this afternoon. I'd like to invite on stage all the judges, in addition to Pastor Ladi Shoyobo, please, for the presentation. Don't forget that all 6 contestants will go home with something. The first prize is $2,000. And the first runner-up, that's the second place, will get to go home with $1,000. Each other contestant will have 20,000 naira in vouchers. I'd like to ask all the finalists to please come on stage, just to the side of stage there. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they come on stage? This is where you dim the lights. Dim the lights, please. I just want to say congratulations to you all. It was a really good show, and like Pastor Ladi mentioned, we had thousands of applicants come in. So, again, just to recognize Atta of Dactic, Ibukun Adegbulugbe of Post Paddy, Valentine Namani of One Grid Energies, Jacob Abiodun of Clay Foods, Tolulokpe Olukokun of Think Bikes, Ruby Igwe of Xavier Technologies, and Software Limited. All right. Okay. So to make the announcements this afternoon, please let's give a round of applause to Adia Soul. can we please ask for the final result paper, please? Final result paper, or final result. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So then they'll come to the middle. then the two will come to the middle. Okay. So the four who... Okay.
We are not changing the result.
Jesus is our INEC. Good afternoon again, everybody. All right, so I will first announce the 4 who will be getting the consolation prize. It was a tightly fought contest. Many of these scores look. If I blink, they even look the same. So it was tightly fought. So I don't think that anybody that I call out now should feel like you've not achieved anything. I think you've all got very valid and very viable ideas. And if I haven't spoken to you, I'd like to take 5 minutes, hopefully today, on my way out to have a chat, to tell you, just give you my own sort of thoughts, if that's helpful. All right, so our 4 consolation prizes will go to Clay Foods, Dactic Media, Xavier Technologies, and Think Bike. In no particular order, I deliberately scrambled that. Thank you very much. I didn't call your name, sir.
You want to go down?
All right, just to mention
Okay, so both of the companies on stage are going away with a prize. One person's prize is bigger than the other, though. And the winner of today's pitch competition is One Grid Energies. I think the runner-up is obvious. Thank you very much. Well done.
all right, congratulations, One Grid Energy, $2,000 from Innovate 2024. Congratulations. And first runner-up, we have Ibukun Adekunlupe of Hope. Hadi.
It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see?
Congratulations.
Make way for me, so stand up.
And can we say a big thank you to our panel of judges? Please let's celebrate Olumide Shoyombo, Ajaso, and of course Chukuma Wande and PL. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stand up for the champions.
Thank
for
you.
the champions. Stand up.
You may please take your seats. Thank you so much. Really, really great. What a session. Are you happy with the winner? I think all of them are winners, actually. So we really celebrate the 6 finalists. All 4 will get a voucher, 20,000 naira each, and the winners, of course, with a big prize. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. Before we proceed, we have two more things to do and then we're out of here this afternoon. I want to say a big thank you to our fantastic audience. I think you have been the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for encouraging. Thank you for clapping. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for just being absolutely amazing. One of you will walk away with 25,000 naira. Please don't go anywhere. All right, before we do that, I would like to invite our recruiters up on stage. They'll be speaking to us 2 minutes each. I'll just stand by the stage, so I'm helping them to manage their time. So please, first of all, in no particular order, I'd like to invite Protein International, Olawale Owolabi, to please give a presentation on behalf of Protein International. Is Olawale here, please? All right, great. Please give him a round of applause. If you clap louder, they might employ you. Please clap. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olawale Owolabi. I work as a recruitment consultant with Protein International. So Protein is a leading international HR consulting firm. So we provide HR services and solutions to various organizations that cut across the fintech, FMCG, banking, and currency technology, depending on the organization. So currently, we have some following roles that we are hiring for, like data scientist, finance manager, engineering manager, cybersecurity expert, channel sales manager, compliance manager, and the like. So even though we don't have what you are looking out for currently, we can still take your profile, and when we have a related role, we'll definitely reach out to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for setting a great example with the timing. Next, we have Workforce Group with Toby Ogundikbe. Workforce? All right, whilst we wait for Workforce, do we have McTay Consulting? McTay Consulting, thank you. Please let's make welcome Benita Chiedo. I'm still looking forward to having Toby Ogundikwe from Workforce Group.
Thank you very much. My name is Benita. I work as a talent acquisition specialist at McTay Consulting. So McTay is a leading HR and business management consulting firm. We have clients ranging from across various industries that we provide these HR solutions to. Service offerings include outsourcing, learning and development solutions, HR consulting, and the rest. So we'll be here to take interviews today. We have open roles, entry-level roles, mid-level roles, and senior-level roles, as well as C-suite level roles. We also have a recruitment platform, Mac Jobs. So if you are interested, you can always scan the code and then register and apply for any job that suits your profile. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Benita Chiedo. By the way, some of these recruiters have their stands outside. So after this, you can actually go and speak to them and engage further. Thank you. I mean, how many events in Nigeria do you see where recruiters come to recruit? Please celebrate Innovate, please. Celebrate louder, please. Thank you. We are not charging for applause. Thank you. All right, we have a representative from Black Skill. Black Skill? All right, okay, so they've had to leave. All right, no problem. But please check them out. It's obvious that they have openings, so you might want to check them out to see if you fit any of the openings. Can we have Adeyinka Amusu from Dotom Company Limited? Adeyinka Amusu.
Thank you very much. My name is Adeyinka Amusu. Sorry. My name is Adeyinka Amusu, and I'm a HR professional and also a career coach with over 4 years experience. And I work in Dutum Company Limited as a HR executive, and I take on the talent acquisition specialist role. So Dutum, a brief summary of Dutum. Dutum is a construction company with three decades of experience with offices in Ibadan, Lagos, and Abuja. and we have projects across these different areas and also in the East too. So our pull-up banner will be outside, and you can also walk up to me if you're interested in any role. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adeyinka Amusu. Can we please have a representative from Credit Direct Nigeria Limited? Credit Direct. A round of applause, please, for them as he comes forward.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeyemika Balogun. I lead the talent acquisition function at Credit Direct. So, one thing about us, minus being the #1 lending company in Nigeria, we are also one of the top 5 best places to work in Nigeria. So you might want to check us out. So after this, just come to our desk. So there is scan code where you can see all our open roles, and also we also have, just in case you don't see the role that you are qualified for, there is a talent pool. Just fill that detail, upload your CV, and when we have a need, we can always reach out to you. Again, we are not recruiting for another company. We are always expanding. So if you are a talent, right, I want to meet with you directly. Emphasis on talents, though. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Emphasis, thank you. Fifth, top 5 great place to work. That's certainly saying something. One more organization that's recruiting here today. We have Abiodun Jinodu for Move. Is Abiodun Jinodu here? Okay. If the person isn't here, we have information outside with regards to these organizations. If you'd like to work in any of these organizations, please go out. And if you do get a job from attending Innovate conference, make sure you come back next year to testify. Deal or no deal? All right, excellent. One more thing to go. Can we please give a round of applause to all the recruiters? Thank you all so much for coming, and we look forward to you giving jobs to some of our fantastic talents who are seated here this afternoon. Final thing, the moment a lot of people have been waiting for. So you came to watch people pitch to win a prize. Now it's your turn to pitch to win your prize. 25,000 naira up for grabs for those who are on site, and another. If you don't find anyone in the top 10 who is online, then it will just be 2 people here. I don't know if I should ask you to pray that, those who are online might not be as fast, but let's see how that goes. So it's very simple. We're going to be using tech to drive this particular activity. Many of us have played using Kahoot before, have we? So the first game, so there are 2 levels to this game. The first level is actually fastest fingers, because I believe we can take only up to how many people? 30. 30? 30. So we're going to put the QR code on. Fastest finger and fastest internet. You'll decide today if you are going to ditch your internet provider for depriving you of the opportunity to win this. Only 30 people, both on-site and online, can get on this platform. So on the count of 3, we will have the app on, and once we reach the max of 30, that's it. Those are the only people competing for 25,000 naira. Are you ready? Are you sure? Okay, I know your hands are busy, but no, your mouth is not busy. Are you ready? Are you sure? Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3. You know how Kahoot is played? Once you get in, just type in 696412. We've projected the link online as well, 696412. God help you if YouTube decides to freeze at the moment when the link was about to go up. 6964. Did you get in? Did everyone get in? If you're in, let me see your hands up so we know. Fantastic. Excellent. Are you in? Are you in? Thank you. Let me know when we reach the 30 maximum. Once we are up, once we reach the maximum limit, let me know. 30, 30, 30. Are you in? Okay, 30. Are we? Just let me know. Can I get a sign? 2 more slots. One more. Are we full? 6 more. Okay. So there are only 10 questions. And the questions will actually be just extracts from the presentations given today. Are we full? Yeah. So round of applause to all those who got in. You know, some of you, the reason why you didn't get in was because you were trying to think of a name. Superstar X. That's what cost you the... Excellent. Okay. Brilliant. So we're going to start. Don't forget, fastest finger, fastest internet. Usually the way Kahoot works is that if you answer fastest, you would be the one with the highest score if you have to share with others. So as fast as possible, but please don't miss the answer. Are you ready? The questions, again, like I mentioned, it's a quiz on some of the presentations that we had today. Let's start. First question. What was Adia Soho's keynote topic? Seven lessons for the future. Get it here and now. 10 tips for building a multinational company. It is your time to shine. This time is too much for... It's too long. All right. Only 7 people got it right. Well done. Let's see who's on the leaderboard. Well done. Okay. Temi, okay. Ashebu, fantastic. Let's go. Second question. Someone said it's your time to shine. Wow. Becoming an observer of the world is a critical skill for who? Graduating students, boys and girls in business, pitch and grant participators, marketers. Let's see if you were paying attention or not. Okay, so 2 people do not even bother answering. All right, let's see the answer. Graduating students. Oh, thank you. Only 4 people got it right. Leaderboard. Temi is still at number 1. Okay. BB has climbed up. Wale Aluko and 69. Is this your PIN? Is this your account number? Oh. Okay, then. I hope you can remember who it is. One of these is not a process in creating markets, identifying undeserved segments, developing disruptive solutions, being a good marketing manager, empowering local entrepreneurs. This is a tough one. Tough questions. But if you are listening or paying attention to her presentation, then you know what the answer is. Okay, 25 out of 30 people have responded. The answer is being a good marketing manager. Only, 11 people. Fantastic. Let's see who's on the leaderboard now. Temi has been displaced to number 1. 696412 is number 1. All right, let's go. Next question, please. Olumide Shoyombo is not one of the following: business development strategist, angel investor, tech entrepreneur, games developer. I hope someone has not whispered to you, please, who is Olumide Shoyombo? Who is Olumide? I hope not. All right. Yeah, okay. The 4 remaining. Don't worry, even if someone's gotten it, you could share. Games developer, fantastic. Well done. Someone said tech entrepreneur. Really? Guys? Is it online? Okay. BB is now leading. Number 1. Let's go. Who said Africa will reform the future? Jack Dorsey, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jack Ma, Mark Zuckerberg, Pastor Ladi Shoyambo. As an option. And I think that would have probably gotten the highest. This is one of the easiest questions. All right. Who said Arnold Schwarzenegger? Who? I want to know the person. That's the person I'm interested in. Leaderboard. Oh, BB is still number one. Fantastic. Let's go. Who is going to get this 25,000 naira? Let's move. Next question, please. In 2022, which part of Africa represents 37% of all the startup funding raised on the continent? East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, Accra, and Zimbabwe put together. Time's up. West Africa, of course, Nigeria. Is that synonymous to Nigeria, West Africa? 119, absolutely. Leaderboard, let's see. BB still on top, but only 50 points away from 696,412. Let's see. You know, with Kahoot, one round can be the game changer. One of these is not a tech unicorn. Jumia, Chipper, OPay, COD or COD. Time up. Okay, COD, fantastic, COD. All right, nice one. Let's see. Leaderboard. Vera is chasing after BB. Question number 8. 3 more questions to go. Only one of these is correct. To invest in founders who know their business. To invest in founders who aren't sure. To invest in founders who want to splurge. To invest in founders who don't have good products. I want to see the results of this one. I am interested. This is a giveaway for people to catch up. Time's up. Wait. Who wants to, Leaderboard, let's see. Wow, Bibi is now running. Okay, 2 more questions. It's not too late. Not too late. Over the last decade, Africa has sustained a GDP growth rate of what percentage? 8, 4, 80, 55. This is where you separate the boys from the men. Who are the 5 people who are consistently not answering? Times of 4%. Yeah, very low GDP growth rate. I like your ambition. 55. Wow. I like your faith in Africa. Okay, 696,412 still in the race. 1 more question to go. Bibi, if you fall hand, it's up to you. Next question. At least how many developers does Google estimate that Africa has? 310,000, 700,000, 1.3 million, 110,000. Don't forget, we're looking for one winner here and one winner online. I hope our online participants are following close. Time's up. 700,000 developers. And the winner is leaderboard reveal. BB! Who is BB? Who is BB? Hey! Congratulations! Can we please see the top score? Can we see all 10, top 10, so we see if we have anyone online? We'll just go through each, and if the person is not here, we know that they're online. Yes, we want to end it. Okay, let's go. In third place, we have 69. Who is 696412? Oh, congratulations. In second place, we have Vera. Who is Vera? Oh, Vera is here. So can we see the top 10 or we see it back end? Okay, that's the leaderboard. Let's see, up. So, we have 2696. There's one that put star, 3 stars. Okay, 3 asterisks. Just to Juon here, 69 with 2 asterisks. 696412. Who is the person? You? Not here. Not here. Okay. Yeah, so check online. Yinka is here. Oh. Please, can we check the comments on YouTube to see if the person who owns number 6 has claimed it online? But we need to see evidence. So screen grab your results. So let's see that your name is actually that. 696412 with 4 stars on it. With 4 asterisks. Okay. Edmond. All right. 69412. Okay, I think we should have someone from online. Can we check the afterwards? We'll do that. Let me have my phone. I was actually watching online so we can see it easily who's claimed. All right, we've come to the end of today's conference, but before we go, we'd like to invite on stage to give the closing remarks. But before we go, can I just ask, how has today been for you? Say all the words out. Amazing, yeah? Wonderful, yeah? Give me more words now. Inspiring, innovative, yes? Speechless, yes? Super, yes? Awesome, yes? Educative, yes? Nice, yes? Sorry? Eye-opening, mind-shifting, encouraging, transformational. I think that's worthy of a round of applause. We've had a really productive day. Thank you, Innovate. Thank you, Crosspoint. Thank you, Pastor Ladi, Shoyombo, and the team. We're really grateful. To give the closing remarks, I'd like to invite Pastor JJ Shomolu, who is an associate pastor of ministry, Crosspoint Church. A round of applause, please, as he comes on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Has this been an enriching day? Have we been inspired? Come on, let's put our hands together. So, Crosspoint Innovate does not end today. Access to funding does not end today. In the coming weeks, we are going to have right here our Crosspoint Original Members Empowerment. Let's put our hands together for that. This will be for members of our church here who would also receive the same financial empowerment and access to funds as well. Glory to God for that. Let's put our hands together. So as Pastor has said earlier, this is Crosspoint. We are a Jesus revealing church. Right here, our message is the gospel of the grace of God. And we would just want to let you know that we are having what you can call an open day here tomorrow. It's called Know Your Church Sunday. We're going to have food, games. It's going to be lots of fun. We meet here 10 a.m. on Sundays, and we would like to extend this invitation to you to join us as well here tomorrow. Amen. Thank you everyone for coming today. See you tomorrow. The event is dismissed.
And with the authority vested on him, he has dismissed the event. Thank you all so much for coming. Don't forget, we have recruiters waiting outside to speak to you. You might want to speak to them on your behalf or on behalf of someone who is not here. See you at the next edition of Innovate Pitch and Grant competition. A big thanks to Crosspoint Church and to everyone who's come out today. And thank you and congratulations to all the finalists of Innovate 2024. See you next time. Thank you very much.